Good afternoon, everyone. It looks like we're going to have another lively meeting today. Today is February 10th, 2026, and this is the voting meeting for Prescott City Council, and it is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mayor Rusing?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fruworth?
Here.
Councilwoman Frederickson?
Here.
Councilman Gambogi?
I am here.
Councilman Grady?
Here.
Councilman Ruby?
Here.
And the record will reflect that Councilman Gehring is excused from the meeting.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Introductions and announcements. I guess I'm reading that now too.
Fabulous. First, I see several fellow previous council members in the audience. So welcome to Malcolm Barrett Jr., Perry Haddon, Steve Shishka, and Steve Blair. Did I miss anyone else? Welcome. We're excited to have you. Oh, and
Mayor Good.
Mayor Good. There we go. He's not that old for us. Okay. Couple of upcoming announcements and events happening. There is a new long-term water planning plays an important role in Prescott's economy. There is a new information sheet called the 2024 Baseline Conservation, and it is now available to highlight how residents in the city work together to conserve local water supplies. Residents can learn more and explore water planning resources at either prescottaz.gov website or participateprescott.com. Thank you for working on living smart with water. Residents may choose to receive their city utility bills by email instead of through the mail. Instructions on how to set this up for paperless billing are on the website. They are also in Agenda Item 9A's packet today. Going paperless is a convenient way to stay up to date even when you're traveling or away from your home for long periods of time, and it does help with mailing costs. The Prescott Public Library invites families to a special Read Me a Story live author story time on Saturday the 28th at 11 a.m. Local children authors and illustrators will share stories followed by crafts, themed snacks, and book signing. The free event is designed for children or your grandchildren ages 3 to 12, and you can register online at the youth desk or by phone at the library. The city is hosting a household hazardous waste collection event for residential trash customers from March 2nd through March 27th. Pre-registration is required for this curbside pickup service. All qualifying residents must register online. Accepted items include household chemicals, batteries, those old can of paints you have laying around, and any other hazardous materials. So for more information on how to check if your eligible items are available for pickup, go to prescottrecycles.com. And next, in observance of President's Day, city offices are going to be closed on Monday, February 16th. We'll reopen on Tuesday. No residential trash or commercial trash collection happening on Monday. The transfer station's also closed. The library will be closed and will reopen Tuesday at 9. And finally, a full replica of the Liberty Bell will be on display in Prescott as part of the Road to 250, the Arizona Traveling Museum, which is beginning its statewide tour right here in our community, Prescott. The display will be located in front of the Prescott Chamber of Commerce Saturday from 10 to 6, Sunday from 10 to 1. An open ceremony takes place Saturday at 10 a.m. The Traveling Museum also includes other historical displays, interactive elements, and activities for all ages. As part of the Road to America 250, this traveling museum, we are also inviting people on Friday the 13th to participate in the Hometown Highway Hello as the bell works its way from Phoenix up the mountain and eventually across 69 and into Prescott. We want community members out there safely staying on the north side of Highway 69 and cheering it from Black Canyon all the way through Mare, Dewey, Prescott Valley, and finally into Prescott. Estimated arrival times and route details continue to evolve, but look for the city's event flyer on the website. It's probably going to take about 12:30 down at Black Canyon and be arriving into the city about 1:30, 2 o'clock. Please note that Goodwin Street this weekend, with all these activities, will be closed from Friday the 13th as we prepare for the truck to arrive through Sunday the 15th. Residents are encouraged to plan ahead and allow extra travel time around the plaza during this time. We appreciate everybody's cooperation and involvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Lois. We got a lot of exciting things going on in Prescott this weekend. Next, Pastor Andrew Wilkinson with the Restoration Church will be giving the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance with Councilman Gambogi leading. Everyone, please stand.
God, we thank you for today. We thank you for Prescott. God, I pray over this meeting and just ask that your spirit informs these elected officials. There's no mistake that we're gathered here today, and as mundane as things may seem, Lord, I'm reminded of your words, blessed are the peacemakers. So let us lead with love and peace today. You are love, you are grace. And so we set our gaze on you for this meeting. Inform us and be with us. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
Okay, we now have a few proclamations.
And the first is celebrating the America 250 Committee and recognizing ceremonial events in the city of Prescott.
I would like to request that all the veterans come up and join us for this proclamation celebrating our 250th year of independence.
And the American 250 Committee.
And the American 250 Committee, yes. Vietnam veteran Mr. Jim Gehring cannot be here today, or he would be standing here with us. We also have Council Member Jay Ruby. He's a descendant of the Sons of the American Revolution. And we have Councilwoman Mary Frederickson, Navy veteran. So thank you, everyone. And I need to recognize Mayor Phil Good for his service in Vietnam. Mayoral proclamation celebrating the America 250 Committee. Whereas the United States of America will commemorate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and the founding of our country, marking a historic milestone in the nation's enduring commitment to liberty, democracy, and self-government. Whereas the Arizona branch of the America 250 Commission has established the Road to 250, Arizona's traveling museum to engage communities across the state in celebrating America's founding and Arizona's role in our nation's history. Whereas the city of Prescott is honored to serve as the first stop of the statewide Road to 250 tour, welcoming the Arizona Traveling Museum and a replica of one of America's most recognized symbols of freedom and independence, the Liberty Bell. Whereas the Liberty Bell replica visit coincides with Arizona's Statehood Day on February 14, 1912, which commemorates Arizona's admission as the 48th state to the Union and recognizes Prescott's historic role as Arizona's original territorial capital. Whereas the Council celebrates the dedicated work of the members of our local America 250 committee in ensuring that Prescott plays a central role in the nationwide Road to 250 events. And whereas this commemoration recognizes and honors our veterans, the men and women who have served, currently served, and have given the ultimate sacrifice in the United States Armed Forces, whose sacrifice and service have preserved the freedom symbolized by the Liberty Bell and secures the liberties enjoyed by all Americans, because freedom is not free. Now, therefore, I, Kathy Rusing, Mayor of the City of Prescott, do hereby proclaim February 14th, 2026 as a day to recognize America 250 and its ceremonial events, celebrate Arizona Statehood Day, and honor all veterans. I encourage all citizens to participate in these events and to reflect upon our shared history, freedoms, and the principles expressed in the Declaration of Independence. And Council Member Lois Fruworth was on the committee and was quite the driving force to make this event a big success.
Thank you. Well, on behalf of the Prescott Area Quad City America 250 Committee, you can see from the diversity of the group we have up here, we've got libraries, we've got museums, we've got Chamber of Commerce, we've got all sorts of the rodeo, and just Charlotte Hall. Oh, well, I mean, this group just has grown so much that we couldn't meet in this room anymore. We just started on Monday meeting down at Charlotte Hall. So the collaboration and everyone coming together to help make this be an amazing community event is fantastic. And hats off to all these folks behind me who have contributed either by being a veteran or by being on the America 250 committee. So thank you for the recognition.
And I'd like to ask Mayor Feelgood to step forward and say a few words in honor of our veterans.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. You know, I've been advocating for the recognition of the city of Prescott. We have more of a legitimate connection with the founding of this country than any city in this state. You know, we're named after William Hinckley Prescott, whose grandfather was Colonel William Prescott, who was recognized as the hero of the Battle of Bunker Hill. So that was the first major battle in the Revolutionary War, and to have his grandson be the namesake of our city, I felt that it was important that the statewide organizing committee recognize that and not only have this first display of the Liberty Bell here in the city of Prescott as the first territorial capital, but also to recognize the naming of our city as the most legitimate connection to the founding of the country. So even though Paul Revere had a better poem than Dr. Samuel Prescott, just know that Paul Revere never made it to Concord to warn that the British were coming to seize their arms. Dr. Samuel Prescott was the one who finished his ride and was able to secure those arms so they wouldn't be seized by the British. So that is very little known, but if you go to the Minuteman Memorial in Lexington, you'll see a big display of Dr. Samuel Prescott's warning the militia that the British were on the way. So, you know, everybody knows about the midnight ride of Paul Revere. You know, the midnight ride of Dr. Samuel Prescott just didn't seem to work that well. But in fact, that was the actual history of it, and we're very proud to be hosting this new display and be the first city to have it shown. So I hope everybody has a chance to visit it, and my honor guard from my Sons of the American Revolution chapter will be having their honor guard flanking the entrance to the museum vehicle. So I hope you all enjoy that. Thank you.
And our next proclamation is for Support Your Local Food Bank Day, and Councilman Grady will be presenting that.
Hi, I'm Diane Scott.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Emily Dominguez.
Nice to meet you
Nice
as
to meet you
well.
as well.
It's my honor today to issue the mayor's proclamation on supporting local food bank day. I know and you know how important that issue is to our community and across the nation. I know my neighborhood participates every second month, coming up actually Saturday, and with the Green Bag Program, as well as my own congregation. So it's something personal to me, and I'm really honored to be able to present this proclamation. Whereas hunger is a prevalent issue affecting many families and individuals within our community, with up to 25,000 of our Prescott area residents impacted by food security concerns. And whereas hunger affects people regardless of their age, their gender, their background, leaving profound impacts on health, education, and overall well-being. Whereas a strong community effort is required to ensure that no one in our community goes hungry and that all residents have access to nutritious food. And whereas the community-covered food bank plays a crucial role in providing nutritious food to residents suffering from food insecurity in our county by collecting food donations and purchasing fresh, nutritious food to be distributed to those in need. And whereas the community-covered food bank has over 300 dedicated volunteers, staff, and partners that work tirelessly to combat the issue by providing nutritious food, resources, and assistance to those in need. Now, therefore, Kathy Rusing, Mayor of the City of Prescott, does hereby proclaim February 10th, 2026 as Support Your Local Food Bank Day. We encourage everyone to support the community-covered food bank and express our gratitude for their efforts in combating food insecurity for our residents in need. Thank you, sir. Sure.
Thank you all, Mayor and City Council, for this proclamation. I'm both honored and humbled to get this proclamation and naming February 10th as the Food Bank Day. The community cupboard's been around since 1973, so 53-ish years now, and we serve about 600 people per week, people suffering from food insecurity. I want to thank our clients. I want to thank our volunteers. As mentioned, we got over 300 volunteers. I want to thank our employees, and also I got a couple board members here with me today too. Our board works tirelessly, and we donate our time, our efforts to make sure that we end food insecurity. So thank you all. I also want to thank the people of Prescott. Over the last 2 months, the outpouring of love has been fantastic. We have not only gotten huge donations of food, but also monetary. Monetary helps us because we can purchase things through St. Mary's at a very low cost, and that helps us. That monetary really helps us. So thank you to the people of Prescott. Keep it coming. Thank you all.
Let's see if she wants to take, she's going to take a picture. Why don't we move over to the side, to the right? So we don't-
Okay, one more this way.
All right, and as Councilman Grady makes his way back up, I'll move us on to the next item, which is our open call to the public. The City of Prescott welcomes public engagement. Residents may comment and address the council regarding matters that are not included on the posted agenda during the call to the public. If you wish to speak, please complete a green speaker card and submit it to me prior to the meeting being convened. As a reminder, speakers are limited to 4 minutes, and the call to the public will be limited to 40 minutes in total, with the following stipulations. Citizens will be limited to addressing the council on the same topic only 4 times in total. If a topic has been addressed more than 5 times by different speakers, the mayor may limit future discussion on the topic. Topics of a primarily national concern may be limited at the discretion of the mayor, and the call to the public shall not be used to address the council on current or pending legal matters by a party or their representative. I currently have 5 public comment cards for this section, and the first one is from Cynthia Wagner.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and distinguished council. I am Cynthia Wagner. I am speaking as a resident of our community to share my perspective regarding the recent peaceful demonstrations held at the courthouse square and to express concerns about potential restrictions on lawful public assembly. The recent gathering of more than 900 people was composed of community members and neighbors, not outside agitators, who came together to peacefully express their views. The demonstrations were intentionally organized to remain on public sidewalks, away from businesses, and conducted in a manner that allowed pedestrians to pass freely. While chanting did occur, it remained nonviolent and respectful, consistent with long-standing traditions of civic expression in this country. I understand that some concerns have been raised about noise levels, business disruption, or the belief that participants were bussed in. I respectfully challenge those assumptions. A large, peaceful gathering downtown often brings more people into local businesses and restaurants, not fewer. Many participants patronized local shops and eateries before and after the demonstration, contributing to the local economy. Beyond economics, these events foster a strong sense of community. People of all ages came together peacefully, helped one another, and demonstrated care for our town and for democratic values. At no point were there threats, vandalism, or unsafe behavior. The right to peaceful assembly is a cornerstone of our democracy and is protected by the First Amendment regardless of political affiliation. Any effort to restrict this right would be deeply concerning and could have a chilling effect on lawful civic participation. I respectfully ask the city to affirm its commitment to protecting peaceful protest and free expression. Avoid enacting policies that could unnecessarily or selectively restrict these constitutional rights. Engage in open dialogue with organizers and residents to address concerns collaboratively rather than through limitations or enforcement actions. Everybody's hometown is strongest when it allows space for differing viewpoints to be expressed peacefully and respectfully. I hope we can continue to be a community that values both public order and fundamental freedoms. Thank you for your time and your service to our community.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Maria Lynham.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councilmen and women. First of all, congratulations on being the first city to have the 250 traveling museum. It's quite exciting. And I want you to know, last week I wrote a letter to you all on the city website, and I received no response to indicate that it was received. So maybe technical glitch, but I just wanted you to be aware of that. So I'm adding this statement for the record. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution, ratified in 1791 as part of the Bill of Rights, guarantees fundamental freedoms: freedom of press, speech, religion, assembly, and petition. It prohibits Congress from establishing a religion, restricting free exercise of religion, or infringing on rights to free expression and peaceful protest. Inhibiting the right to protest represents a serious threat to the nation's longstanding commitment to open expression. I know that detractors are asking that you chill free speech when protesters are acting within the city and county laws. Free speech does not require jail cells to be threatening. It only requires people to feel that consequences might follow their peaceful action. I appreciate the assistance that has been given by the Prescott Police Department and the city's attorney's reminder that we could not ignore the importance of our First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Harper Arias.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council member. My name is Harper Ava, and I am 23 years old. I moved to the Prescott area in July of 2019 and have officially moved into Prescott November of 24. I was a student at Yavapai College where I created the esports program and club and team. That experience showed me that what my generation can build when we are trusted and respected. When I first came to Prescott, I was told this was a sweet hometown, a place where people looked out for one another, many of us raised with simple values. If you don't have something nice to say, don't say it at all. I am here tonight because I feel those values are slipping away. Since arriving, I have tried to give back to the community, and I have served Prescott as a pharmacy technician for over 2 years as a substitute and also as a substitute library coordinator within Yavapai Free County District. In each role, my goal was the same: to help people feel safe and protected and cared for. I am here because I want to believe the city I served can also protect me. I have lived experience, and in the experience, I have witnessed coworkers and community members. Sorry, hold on, I lost my track here. My lived experience and the experiences I have witnessed among coworkers and community members have been different than what data alone suggests. I have seen repeated situations where harmful behavior towards transgender people and non-binary people is ignored or minimized. In late April, I began my gender transition while working at the county. I loved that job. I did not resign because I simply stopped caring. I simply feared for my life. In recent months, in public statements, both online and in city council meetings, opposed transgender inclusive practices, including transgender neutral bathrooms, and used religious language to justify the opposition. Don't get me wrong, this is not a criticism of faith. Many of us people were taught that faith is about compassion, humility, and caring about our neighbors. Gender neutral bathrooms are not an ideology. They are a practical option that help people in early transition or in non-binary individuals. Parents with children and caregivers feel safer in public spaces. On August 6th, I was approached by Prescott Police Department at my workplace following an anonymous report. I was simply walking into my shift less than 1 month after surgery. That experience permanently changed how safe I felt in this city. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm not asking to debate any beliefs. I'm asking for safety, dignity, and accountability. Prescott's strength has always been a sense of community. I ask that we protect that so no one has to be brave just to exist here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Harper.
Beth Ackerman.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Beth Ackerman, and I am here to ask about the funding sources for the land purchases at the airport for the new tower and for water infrastructure projects. And I want to know if city money was used or if grant money was used. And if grant money was not used, why not?
I'm sorry, this is not an agendized item, but we can direct city staff to look into it and get back to you, so you can continue to talk if you want.
Okay, I would appreciate
Thank you.
that. You have my number. Thanks.
Truly Bracken.
I'm here to speak briefly today about the proposed lease amendment that was on the agenda and was in the agenda packet last Thursday. A number of us were surprised to see it there, and some of us had significant legal concerns about the document. Once word filtered out that it had been pulled from the agenda, we decided not to deluge you with comments. We would suggest for the future, though, that a study session before that might be presented might make sense, because it would allow for some back and forth, and those of us who've been looking at the original lease document and looking at the amendment could provide input to the council. We can do it by comments to the council beforehand, but there's not much time to review, absorb, and respond if there is no discussion before the amendment is presented. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Truly.
That's all, Mayor.
Next item.
The consent agenda.
Yes.
You can ask if there's anyone that wants to pull anything outside of the ones that I mentioned to you.
Okay, I thought maybe you'd want to read the paragraph, but
I'm not going to read the whole paragraph.
okay, thank you. Does anyone want to pull any items from the consent agenda? Lois?
Yes, I'd like to pull item G.
Okay, any other?
Yes, Mayor, you may already have it on your list, but item B.
B as in boy?
Yes.
How about over on this end? Anybody?
No.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move to approve consent agenda items A, C, D, E, and F.
Second. Please vote.
Passes 6-0.
Okay. Let's see. You want to start with item B?
Thank you, Mayor. And actually, I have no problem with the contract at all. I would just like to have clarification on the record in that the language within the contract refers to the compensation, and that the city was going to pay the professional a certain amount, which is $74,000 and change. Attached to the contract, though, was the invoice related to that, which shows that the cost of the services being provided under this contract totaled $88,000 and change. And the lesser amount was by application of two, I believe, credit memos. And Mr. Heine was good enough to explain to me what was going on with the credit memos, and I'm perfectly fine with it. I'm just a little unclear as to the contract stating the lesser amount and the attachment, the invoice describing how we got to that lesser amount when the services being offered are actually valued at $88,000 plus. And again, I have no problem with the contract and all is well. Really, I just pulled it to get a clarification on the record that the value of the services being provided was at that higher amount, 88,000 and change.
Sharp eye.
You're nodding your head, but just
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to clarify. So the contract before you, you're correct. The invoice that was attached to it indicated a higher amount of 88,000. The way the contract was structured originally was for certain credits to be applied. In this particular case, it was not just a website development contract, but it was also, there were service hour credits. So if staff decided that we needed 8 hours of time with Granicus staff to go through some things and change things, then that would have applied. We did not use the service hours that were there, so they kindly credited that back to us, that amount of money. So that's the primary amount. And then there's a secondary amount. Another part of the contract allows for the Experience Prescott website. We list all businesses that are affiliated with tourism, but there is an opportunity for a business to pay an additional amount to the website company. It's like a paid advertisement or enhanced advertisement. The way the contract works is those dollars come back to Experience Prescott as a credit. So the credits came from those two sources. I think when they wrote the invoice, they were compelled to give the original amount, but they wanted to note that for their records that this is the original amount, here's the credit.
Thank you for that clarification. And if there's nobody else, I'll move to.
We have item G was pulled.
Right.
They need to be done separately.
Okay, thank
So
you.
I was going to move to approve item 8B, approval of city contract number 2026-064 with Granicus LLC for website hosting and other services for Experience Prescott.
Second.
Please vote.
Passes 6-0.
Okay, now we have item G.
Now we have item G. I had asked to pull this because this is in relation to the renewing of our historic master plan. And the last several months have been lots of fun learning for all of us up here on the dais, everybody in the community, about our historic master plan and how that differs than our ordinance. And so while the paperwork only spoke to a piece of the effort, I wanted to make sure that everyone had background that this just paying the invoice was not to do a master plan renewal, is not our total plan. So if you wouldn't mind, Alex, bring us up to speed on how we're going to make our ordinance better.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Alex Bramlett. I'm the planning manager with community development. So this is one portion of the whole phase. We're doing the historic preservation master plan update. We have been updating it for a number of years, and so we're kind of at the tail end. And we'll go into more detail on that on February 24th at the study session. But for the current moment, we are planning to get a consultant on board to review the whole plan in its entirety. We want them to focus on our design guidelines. We want updated ordinance at the end of it, and then we want those ordinances to be ideally in our land development code as the implementation for us to know as staff, for residents to know, for everyone to have a clear understanding of the guidelines so that when they do a project, they know what's going to apply.
So our goal is eventually to get to something that is clear and unambiguous and doesn't get us in trials down the road, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Very good. Well, I'm really happy about this grant, so I move to approve item 8G.
Second.
Passes 6-0.
Okay, now let's move on to item 9A.
Public hearing and consideration for a new Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license application from Ajay Deep Singh, applicant for Arco AM/PM, location 286 Walker Road. The application fee has been paid and the sign has been posted for the required 20 days. Staff has reviewed the application and determined that it is in compliance and no public comments have been received.
Is the applicant here? Okay, apparently not. I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Passes 6-0.
I move to approve liquor license application number 370503 for a new Series 10 beer and wine store liquor license for Arco AMPM location 286 Walker Road.
Second.
Also passes 6-0.
Okay, we now move on to our regular agenda.
All right, bear with me, this one's long. Adoption of 4 ordinances.
Should we have a discussion first?
I
or-
need to read the title first.
Okay.
Because the ordinances by law have to be read into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Adoption of 4 ordinances and 7 resolutions updating language related to City of Prescott boards, commissions, and committees as follows. Number 1, ordinance number 2026-1930, an ordinance of the Mayor and Council of the City of Prescott, Yavapai County, Arizona, repealing in its entirety the Prescott City Code Title I, Chapter 7, Board of Adjustment of the Prescott City Code, and replacing it with language included in Exhibit A attached here too, and directing the Board of Adjustment to update its bylaws to be consistent with the newly adopted Chapter 1-7 of City Code. Number 2, ordinance number 2026-1931, an ordinance of the Mayor and Council of the City of Prescott, Yavapai County, Arizona, repealing in its entirety the Prescott City Code Title I, Chapter 6, Planning and Zoning Commission of the Prescott City Code, and replacing it with language included in Exhibit A attached here too, directing the Planning and Zoning Commission to update its bylaws to be consistent with the newly adopted Chapter 1-6 of the Prescott City Code. Ordinance number 2026-1932, an ordinance of the Mayor and Council of the City of Prescott, Yavapai County, Arizona, repealing in its entirety Prescott City Code Title I, Chapter 22, Prescott Preservation Commission of the Prescott City Code, and replacing it with language included in Exhibit A attached here too, and directing the Prescott Preservation Commission to update its bylaws to be consistent with the newly adopted Chapter 1-22 of Prescott City Code. And ordinance number 2026-1933, an ordinance of the Mayor and Council of the City of Prescott, Yavapai County, Arizona, repealing in its entirety the Prescott City Code Title I, Chapter 13, Standing Committees of the Prescott City Code, and replacing it with language included in Exhibit A attached here too.
Bravo, Sarah.
Thank you. So, Mayor and Council, I do have a very brief couple of slides to go through on this item. This is a administrative cleanup of our ordinances and resolutions for our city boards, commissions, and committees. We have, as you are all aware, quite a few boards and committees in the City of Prescott, and a number of them have some different standards. So up in front of you now, and as was included in your agenda packet, is a bulleted list of what is happening with all of these ordinances and resolutions. So the adoption of these ordinance and resolutions will ensure that the language is consistent in all of the forming documents, is what we call them in the city clerk's office. All of the language will be consistent with the master board and committee resolution and applicable code sections for the standing committees. It will also align all of our BCC terms to end in March, specifically up till the last day of March, and then new terms to begin at the first regularly scheduled meeting after April 1st. As it is right now, some of our boards and commissions have terms end in March. No date, they're not specific. Some of them in September, some of them in December. So this will help my office to streamline our recruitment process and make it truly an annual process, which will help us quite a bit. It also updates the attendance language requirements for all of our board and committee members. Rather than some of them having kind of a vague percentage requirement, this will update the attendance language to require that they not be absent for more than 3 meetings in a 12-month period. Not all of our boards and committees meet regularly. Some of them only meet once a year. So we want to make sure that they're attending as needed. It also provides some more autonomy for the boards and commissions and aligns everything so that all of the boards and commissions select their own chair and vice chair within their membership. This is consistent with what most all other jurisdictions are doing in the state of Arizona, and it gets all of our boards and commissions on the same page. Some of our boards and commissions currently are appointing their own chair and vice chair, some are not. So again, just trying to get some consistency there. It also specifies that the chair and vice chair will be selected by the members at the first meeting in April to align with any new membership. We also added language in to address any mid-year vacancies. So if we have a resignation, if somebody moves, if somebody resigns from a board for any other reason, if those resignations take place between January and June, we would do an immediate recruitment. If they take place after the month of July, we would just loop it into our annual recruitment in December so that we're not doing a whole bunch of one-off recruitments, and it keeps things a little bit more aligned for my staff. It also establishes a specific date for our required annual open meeting law training in, again, April to align with any new members that are appointed. And again, it will rescind and repeal all of the old resolutions and ordinances so that all of the language is consistent. And I am happy to answer any questions, but our recommendation today is that the council adopt all of the proposed ordinances and resolutions in order to get all of our boards and commissions on the same page.
Very good. Thanks for doing this. It sounds like this is something that needed to be done for a long time, and I'm glad you came up with all kinds of free time to do this, to keep yourself busy. I would just like to ask you, I think that's a great idea to have everyone end on March 31st, start April 1st. The people that have their, due to that are in, have we had people that have had their terms extended a couple of months longer? Are they okay with that?
So anybody that is in a current term, their term is not being affected. Any of the future recruitments will be in line with this. And I neglected to mention, I'm sorry, we also caught, because of course, as much as I try to make 11 different documents not have any typos or strange errors, Mayor Pro Tem did catch a weird section in the TAC agenda that had been there from the original document that had language that sort of indicated that the council liaison was a member and a voting member, which is not consistent with our policy.
Good catch.
So we're going to update that language to read "and one member of the general public" to round out that 11-member board. So I'll make that adjustment. So the motion will include that kind of clarification on the language. But that's all. Sorry.
I was also going to suggest, what do you think about adding a little reminder that our Prescott BCCs are nonpartisan? Do we already have that in there?
We don't ask for anybody's political affiliation when they apply for a board or committee. And, you know, our elections are nonpartisan elections, so we don't have any of that information included anywhere, but we could definitely put a disclaimer on the application form on the website.
I think that would be a good idea. Okay, Mr. Gambogi, any comments, please?
Well, as I read this and as you presented it, Sarah, I think this is a great improvement in the process and improves the structure, so I would be in favor of it. I got a question. When it comes up to making motions, are we making 11 motions?
So we can make a motion, as long as Joe agrees with me, that you want to adopt all of the presented ordinances and resolutions in one fell swoop, if everybody is comfortable doing it that way, rather than doing 11 separate motions. I'm sorry.
You can. It's one agenda item, so you can make that motion in one. If anything's going to be amended other than what we talked about, you'd have to bring that one out specifically and deal with that. But if you want to make one joint motion, you can do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Grady?
I'm good. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay. Lois?
Okay, I was viewing this. I like the cleanup. I like getting it all to the March date. I just had some questions as I was, for the first time ever, looking at this level of detail across all of the different boards. And I noticed, like with things like planning and zoning, where you want mastery retained, you don't want a whole new board, so you have staggered terms. And that caused me to look at the Board of Adjustments. I don't know if that would also, right now it's 7 members replaced every 3 years. It doesn't say staggered terms.
So the Board of Adjustment is a statutory board, meaning that it is required by state statute. The framing of the board and how the members are terms set and all of that is in alignment with state statute, so we cannot stagger
do that.
those.
Darn.
Planning and Zoning Commission statute is staggered, so that's why that one is like that. We generally have a number of our existing board members reapply, particularly on Planning and Zoning Commission, Board of Adjustment, and a number of them have been on for quite a lot of years. So I do think that we have good retainment of those members. And I'll say also, we always have our staff liaisons for each of the boards and commissions reach out to all of our members that have terms that are expiring to make sure that they know that they do need to reapply, so that we can try to get some consistency, particularly on those boards.
Wonderful. The other thing I noticed, and I wasn't sure if this is something that the way we're approving the ordinances, but on all of the Exhibit A's, somewhere in the section numbered differently across all the committees was the term absence. And it says if any member is absent for more than 3 meetings without prior notice, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, 3 meetings what? And then I found it later on buried in another like overall standing thing, but I didn't know if we needed to say it's going to be a rolling 12-month. 3 absence.
So the language in the master resolution, which is the one that's sort of over all of the boards and committees, does have that specific language where it states that it's for the 12-month period. When the code is revised for the bylaws, which is a secondary thing that those ones that are done by ordinance have to do, we're going to reference them to that particular one so that the language is clear on the attendance requirement.
Okay, that helps. And then the other concern I had, and I went back to 2014, looking at every time the councils have updated the big events that happen in March. You know, what have the councils done? And going back to Mayor Kuykendall, Mayor Oberg, Mayor Mangarelli, and Mayor Good, the decision on the chair and the vice chairs has always been retained by the council. And so you did explain that this is something that other municipalities are moving to. And so I just want to raise, my concern with necessarily, I was on a board, and when you meet people for the very first time in your very first meeting that you do not know, to have to make that decision of who's going to be the chair and who's going to be the vice chair, like after a while you get to figure out who'd be a good chair and who'd be a vice chair. But on your very first meeting, it's pretty hard, and I was kind of grateful that the council had made that decision. So that's part of my concerns about moving in this direction is once they make this decision, they have it for a year. And then the other thing is, one of the things with having the voters elect a new council and a new mayor every 2 years is it's a council that gets to decide how all of our boards and commissions, who's going to help set the table for what that is doing. And the vice chair and the chair have a lot of responsibility in that regard. So that's the one big change. Cleaning up the documents is great, but that one has caused me to not necessarily be aligned at this point.
Thank you, Lois. Mary, any comments?
Having sat on the Board of Adjustment for almost 6 years, had to cut it short a couple months because of where I am now. I have to say, when I was looking through the duties and powers, the special exemptions or exceptions, that didn't align with my experience for 5+ years sitting on the Board of Adjustment. There's no reference here to what was the most typical thing that would come before the Board of Adjustment, which was code variances, heights of fences and setbacks from the lot line in some of our more challenging properties around the city up in the hills. And as maybe just you could clarify for me, in Article A, Chapter 1-7, so Section 1-7-4, special exceptions, is that what is contemplated by that language? Those kind of variances that were the most typical thing brought before the Board of Adjustment, in my experience anyway.
So, Chelsea, can you? This is a little bit more in your lane than mine.
Good afternoon, members of council, mayor. Chelsea Walton, Community Development Director. So the special exemptions is a specific term listed in the Land Development Code relative to, I believe, waivers and things of that nature. So, and I apologize, I wasn't prepared for the question, but yeah, I don't believe the intent of the cleanup was to speak to things that are the most common and what we typically see, like conditional use permits and special use permits and things like that, that the BOA would see, but just exactly everything that's in the code.
Well, then I'd have to say I would suggest that we have within, maybe under Section 172, duties and powers, that there should be some language in there so that somebody who might be considering applying for the Board of Adjustment could look at this chapter and understand what they would be volunteering for. Because there's nothing here in this Exhibit A that speaks to the kind of things that Board of Adjustment would be addressing. That is, variances to code, conditional use, special use permits, which are the things that come before the Board of Adjustment.
I think that's a good point, Mary. I noticed that some of the language as far as requirements and duties was missing in some committees, and then some committees had it included. So maybe we should think about just having we can pass all this, but with the caveat that there's going to be language outlining the duties and some basic requirements, but people need to know what they're going to be voting on.
So my suggestion, if the council feels it's appropriate, would be that staff can put together a little bit more detailed information for each of the board committee landing pages that exist on the city website, which is where people go, generally speaking, when they're seeking to apply for a board or commission. Right now, there's just sort of general verbiage on each of those landing pages about what all of the various boards and committees do. But it would make sense to me to have, for example, the Board of Adjustments. You know, there's statutory things that would have to come before that body, but that might not be something that the city of Prescott necessarily ever deals with. So I can have community development give me some kind of more specific lists of things that the Board of Adjustment generally looks at. And we can do that for all of the boards and committees so that there's more detailed information there for when people are applying, that they can go and look at and say, this board does this and this board does that.
Yeah. And then also let me ask you this about the change where the committees pick their own chair and vice chair. Like say, for example, they pick a chair who is not doing a very good job. Can the council vote to replace them, or what's the method there?
There's not language that would address that in any of the ordinances or resolutions. The terms are for a period of a year. So if the individual boards or committees feel that, the chair is not holding up what they should be doing, then they could appoint a new one in a
So,
year.
so the committee, can the committee do it? Can they say, let's,
Sure. I mean, if the committee went to the staff liaison and said, we need to add an item because this chair is not doing what they need to do, they could have a motion, an action item to address that issue within their body.
put it on the agenda? And do they have to wait a year, or can they just do it if they need to? Like if they're
I think they could just do it. I mean, as far as the city council would be concerned in their involvement, for most of these boards retain authority for council to remove a member of the board or commission, but you wouldn't have authority, with these changes to change who is seated as the chair. It would have to be the commission or the committee doing it by motion on their own.
So the committee would have to take care of it themselves?
Yes.
Okay, because that's a pretty big change. Okay. Mary?
I understand the suggestion that Sarah made as far as putting information on the city website as far as the duties of the various boards and commissions. I am uncomfortable with the fact that the Board of Adjustment is silent on this, and I'll just point out as a comparison, the very next one was planning and zoning, and that attachment goes into significant detail about what the duties are. I think it goes from items A through I on the Planning and Zoning Commission as to what their duties are. And I'm uncomfortable that the Board of Adjustment, given that it's a quasi-judicial body, is silent on what is expected there. I would prefer to have it included. But
So
just my thought.
we could make an exception, since that has legal authority, whereas the other committees don't.
Madam Mayor, point of order, we have 2 more items on the agenda, and we're going down rabbit holes, so I think we ought to move to approve or not approve the proposal.
Thank you, Mr.
You have one public comment card.
We have public comment, and also Mr. Ruby has something to say.
I have something to say. I think you've done a great job in kind of standardizing the committees and bringing Prescott into the 21st century. So I just want to applaud you for that.
Okay. I'd like to move.
Mayor, you have a public comment card.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
Stacy Brown.
Yeah. I'd like to also emphasize, since we're talking about our BCCs, how important it is that we have community involvement in our city of BCCs, and how they're valued, and how we really appreciate all their hard work. Thank you. Stacy.
Thank you. As a brand new member of the Pedestrian Bicycle Transportation Advisory Committee, I think this item is outstanding. It reaffirms the roles of all BCCs as advisory and provides a level of autonomy to members that is greatly appreciated. I'm going to just make a quick comment on your concerns about that change in the picking their own chairs and vice chairs. In my career, I spent my career in Silicon Valley working in tech companies. And there was this guy, Steve Jobs. And I don't remember if he said this first or if I said this first, but he said that a leader's job is to find the best people and then trust them to do their best work. So I understand that change is uncomfortable. It always is. But as a member, I see this as a great change. So here's my headline. All local land use decisions should be the council's responsibility. The reason is simply that the city of Prescott is fully responsible for providing municipal services to every square inch of land within its boundaries. Accordingly, all land use decisions should rest solely with the council, which both approves the budget and is ultimately accountable for the cost and delivery of city services. Allowing any land use decisions to be made elsewhere can inadvertently affect service costs while diffusing council accountability. In the current drafts of the new ordinances, both the Preservation Commission and the Planning and Zoning Commission continue to list among their duties the authority to approve, deny, or approve with conditions certain land use items, specifically preliminary plats for the Planning and Zoning Commission, and exterior modifications, demolition, and relocation of structures within established districts for Preservation Commission. These duties should be updated to reflect that the Commission is recommending to approve, deny, or approve with conditions. Additionally, regarding the provision allowing removal of BCC members, I understand and agree with Council's desire to retain this authority. However, the criteria for removal is inherently subjective and could raise due process concerns, potentially exposing the city to protracted litigation. I believe that more clearly defining what constitutes the best interests of the city would set appropriate expectations for everyone while better protecting the city from legal risk. Lastly, I recognize that some of the land use decisions that I reference may be constrained or preempted by state law. If that's the case, I strongly encourage the city to explore all lawful options to preserve as much local control as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
That's all, Mayor.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion, but I would just like to add Councilmember Mary Frederickson's concerns about the Board of Appeals because it is a legal, Board of Adjustments because it does have legal authority, and that we should apply her recommendations.
And can I address that just briefly? Yeah. So when the city clerk went through this, she was not changing any of the substantive information. And so the attachments you have are the attachments that were on the previous and the versions. And actually, this chapter 1.7 is directly out of our code. So the issue is that after it was approved at some point in the distant past, the Board of Adjustments kept getting more responsibilities added onto it, both in our other sections of our land development code. Now, this is in our city code, but in sections of the land development code, a bunch of responsibilities were added onto it. And then responsibilities added on through state statute as well. So I think that the changes that the city clerk made are only to these certain aspects that we've talked about. I think it could use a more substantive change to the amendment to reflect the responsibilities, and I think that would be something we'd bring back.
So you'd be adopting the ordinances and resolutions as is, but I can bring back the Board of Adjustment one with more specific detail. And I'll get with Chelsea and with Joe on that, and we can flesh out exactly what that attachment would look like because it's a more labor-intensive revision, not just kind of a Scrivener's error or something more minor for me to do.
Okay, thank you. So I move to adopt all the ordinances that were presented.
And the resolutions?
And the resolutions. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Please vote. We have a IT malfunction here.
Yeah, you have to scroll.
It's got to load.
No, you have to scroll.
Got it. Thank you.
Just raise your hands.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you.
All right, item B, adoption of resolution number 2026-1975, establishing the Charter Review Committee as a standing committee. Staff does not have a presentation on this item. It was requested by 2 of our council members, and all of the materials, a draft resolution was put together by the city attorney's office, and we can answer questions, but I would open the floor to the council members that requested the item and the whole council for discussion.
Okay. Let's hear from, who should we start with? Jay Ruby?
I'll put it in. For me, the Charter Review Committee was a mayoral ad hoc committee. And by turning it into a standing committee, it means that that committee has more of its own agency and is like the rest of the committees and will operate under the procedures that were just adopted. I think this gives a greater chance for community input into the Charter Review Committee. And for me, what's important is that these boards, commissions, and committees have autonomy to bring what they recommend to the City Council. The dilemma I had with the mayoral ad hoc committee is that one person, the mayor, could veto those suggestions. I feel like the governing body of the council should be who gets to review the propositions from the standing committee.
Mr. Gambogi?
Bonnie McMinn and I served on Mayor Phil Good's Charter Review Committee, and I think we got 12 out of 13. Is that right, Bonnie? 12 out of 13 approved by the voters. And Bonnie made a good point that up until that time, I think it's been 12 years from the last charter review, so a lot of things had kind of fallen by the wayside and was cleaned up. I think also, to Jay Ruby's point, that ought to be a standing committee because we elected a mayor, not a monarch. So we ought to have this committee continue.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, we, Mayor Good did form a mayoral ad hoc committee, and it was very successful. So likewise, I recently formed one, and we already have one amendment, potential amendment, pretty much in the can. I feel that we don't need to work on the charter year-round. It's like our Constitution, and we don't need to work on it year-round and every month, and pretty much would give a committee the opportunity to basically rewrite our charter. I'd like to have the legal department weigh in on this. Thank you.
Yeah, mayor ad hoc committees are specifically authorized in our city code. They're limited to the term of the mayor and subject to advise the mayor. So the question that you guys are debating is the real question here is, does a charter review committee need to last in perpetuity, which would standing committee would do? Or is it better served, or the council and the mayor better served by having a limited time option? And I think that, like I said, the questions that you guys are asking are the appropriate questions and to be debated, but the mayor created it appropriately and gives notice to council, and council can make the changes that they see fit. And
also, I was under the impression that, when we do form these standing committees, you have to have someone from the city clerk's office prepare the agenda, attend all the committee meetings, and take minutes. And it is an extra burden on the staff. And we've added the Workforce Housing Committee. We still now, after 3 years of general plan work with the staff, we still now need to have a general plan committee. And if there's another committee that needs to be formed, I think that it would be a standing committee would be, I think, an extra burden on the staff. What is your opinion on this?
So if the council chooses to adopt this resolution, it would change this mayoral ad hoc into a standing committee. The staff is already doing the work, so it's not adding work because we're already doing it for the mayoral ad hoc.
Yeah, because we were planning on being done by, July, and get everything on the ballot by November, whereas the standing committee would still be going on.
So there is a time-sensitive item that the group was looking to move forward quickly. I don't know that that would stop them from meeting after. That would be because it's a mayoral ad hoc at your discretion. But mayoral ad hocs run for the term of the mayor that creates them. So in theory, this group would be done in November of 2027 unless you are reelected and continue them, or the newly elected mayor decides it's appropriate.
Or the mayor could say, "Oh, we're done," and disband the committee after the work is done for the November 2026 ballot. Do we have any comment, Lois?
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, believe the charter is a constitution, and I see no reason all year long, year upon year upon year, to be re-examining things and bringing things to the public constantly as amendments. I think, we went 12 years without doing a lot of work, and so, yeah, we had a bunch of changes, but the mayor here and the community just reaffirmed it by not passing one of the charter amendments, which was to change the mayor's term from 2 years to 4 years. The community said no. So in my viewpoint, the mayor has a 2-year term to do what they think they have promised the voters that they're going to get done. And if the charter is part of that, then so be it. They can start an ad hoc committee and information will come and council will be involved. But multiple mayors the last decade have not viewed that as something that had to be done. And in light of what they ran on, if they want to work on a charter amendment or not, they should run on it. The voters should know whether they're creating this or not. So I view we've been well served. We don't mess around with our Constitution in the United States too often. The charter is our Constitution, and I see no reason to have a standing committee.
Mary, do you have any thoughts?
It seems to me the concern is less with the duration of the committee as opposed to what comes before the council for consideration. And it seems to me I've heard it comment that the concern is that the desire is for the committee's recommendations to come before the council. Whether or not they make it to the ballot is a different issue, but that the council should hear what the recommendations are. And I don't know, and maybe Mr. Young could clue us in, whether or not the nature of an ad hoc, a mayoral committee, is there anything that speaks to that issue as to whether or not there's some limitation on or barrier between the committee and bringing forth their recommendations to the entirety of the council?
The code, as it relates to mayoral ad hoc committees, allows for the term and the purposes to be limited to the extent the mayor sees fit. And then the role of the council in relation to ad hoc committees is that you can change the terms, the committee term, membership duties, or any other matter pertaining to same. So if, for example, council saw the ad hoc committee and wanted to change only what was referred to council and bypass the mayor, you could change the ad hoc committee in that way. That's what our city code allows you to do. But in this case, it's to change the nature of the committee to a standing committee.
And I'd like to add that whichever committee we have, a member of the public can also petition. If there's an amendment that they want, they can petition the city council, and we can decide as a body to put it on the ballot, or they can actually ask a member of the city council who will get another member, and they can put it on, get it discussed and put on the ballot that way. So there's other ways that members of the community can get amendments that they would like to see on the ballot without, with or without a committee. Mr. Grady.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I like the independence that goes with a standing committee. I think it will offer greater opportunity for the full city council to look at the various options that may be presented to us from that particular committee relative to our charter. And I think that while the standing committee may have a longer life, it doesn't need to have a longer life. It will have the life the city council determines it will. So I'm actually in favor of this resolution.
Mr. Gambogi?
One thing I forgot to mention before, I would recommend that the current committee roll over into a standing committee. We have IDA meets once a year, so this committee doesn't need to meet monthly or quarterly. They can choose how frequently they meet based on what the residents come up with or what they come up with. So I think this is a much more functional process that precludes the 12-year drought in revisions to the city charter without encumbering city staff with more work.
Okay, any comments from the council before we ask for public input?
Yeah, I'm still on the list.
Oh, Mr. Ruby?
I think a very good reason for this committee was apparent when the state legislature passed a law requiring us to no longer have public input into real estate transactions. By having a standing committee for charter review, it also becomes a way of protecting our charter if the state legislature does anything that could take away some of our agency as a community in a city. So what the Charter Review Committee could be doing is looking at those particular things, and I would hope that the Charter Review Committee is considering ways to protect us and to protect public input into real estate transactions. So I think it's important to have a standing committee for charter review with its own agency and authority.
Any more comments before we go to public, if there is any public comments?
We do not have any public comment, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone want to volunteer after the discussion? Okay, Stacy?
Thank you. Just one thing I'm reacting to from the conversation is about how the charter is the constitution of the city, and we as a nation, we don't amend the Constitution. That's kind of the problem right now. The Constitution was actually designed to be amended, and the fact that we haven't amended it in such a long time, and that it's so hard to amend it, is part of the, I believe, what's causing a lot of the division in this country. So I think it's not a bad idea to have a standing committee that's doing your charter review. It doesn't mean they have to come back to you every 5 minutes with we ought to change this and we ought to change that, but just having a standing review process, I just think is good governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Okay, well, with that.
Stacy, I'm sorry, Mayor. Stacy, can you please complete a speaker card for me so that I have it for the record? Thanks.
Okay.
I do need to keep those, so it's kind of important.
Madam Mayor, may I make a motion?
Yes, you may.
I move to adopt resolution number 2026-1975.
Second.
Passes 4-2.
Okay, moving on to the next item.
Approval of City Contract Number 2025-066A2, an amendment to City Contract Number 2025-066 with Kimley-Horn and Associates LLC for final design services for the Effluent and Wastewater Pipeline and SR 89 improvements projects.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Gwen Rowich, Public Works Director. I'm going to go through a short presentation here and then open it up for comments. I have with me today also our Utilities Manager, Steve Wolfers, our Capital Program Manager, Tim Sherwood, and our Transportation Services Manager, Ian Mattingly. So we're here to answer questions. This obviously is not the, where's the?
Oh, I have it, Gwen, sorry.
This is not the first time we've talked about it, nor is it the 10th time we've talked about it. Let's see here. There we go. So just a very brief overview, we actually introduced this topic to two previous councils ago. So you're my third council on this particular topic. We started in June of 2023 with a study session to talk about the wastewater infrastructure that was going to need to go through the heart of the Dells, and asked the council at that time what they would like us to do with the road, because when we go in and we add a second 24-inch gravity sewer main and replace the 24-inch effluent main, the road would ultimately be destroyed in that process and the roadway would have to be put back. And so we asked the question, what would you like to do with the road? And we've been talking about that for the last 2.5 years. We've had open houses, we've had study sessions, we adopted a resolution in February of 2024 where the public came forward and said we would like to have more of a voice in this process. We would like to have at least 2 study sessions and 2 public hearings. We fulfilled those obligations in 2025. We also formed a design ranking advisory group that ranked the projects through a process. And we brought Kimley-Horn and their team. They're not a standalone consultant. There are 5 consultants as part of the Kimley-Horn team to provide us with a 15% design concept report so that we could look at the options that might be available to us in terms of the roadway portion of the project. I will say that based on the option that we choose, it does influence the location of the utilities that we will install for the wastewater system. Whether there's a widening or not a widening will have an impact on where the utilities ultimately reside. So as part of this process, and I want to just start with saying that we really do appreciate the public input, the input from this council, previous councils. I think it's helped us take a broader look at this particular project and helped us get to where we are today. As part of that roadmap, we did hear from many individuals and many interest groups that widening of the road was not desirable. And so we've, not only are we bringing forward to you today the recommendations from the ranking alternative, but we're also bringing you the 3 non-widening alternatives that were developed as part of Kimley-Horn's design concept report. I will say that every alternative has what we're calling required safety improvements. If we're going to go back in and put the road back, we should address safety at a minimum. So these things are included in all of the options, regardless of what they are. Oops, sorry. Did a double one there, maybe 2. There we go. So improving sight lines at intersections is one of the minimum safety improvements in all of the alternatives. Also restricting turning movements to right out only within 1,500 feet of any existing turnaround. That would include a roundabout, a Michigan left, any kind of movement that would allow someone to go back in the opposite direction. There would be right outs only within 1,500 feet from adjacent property owners. This illustration here shows you the Phippen roundabout there on the right. You can see the circle. Not very good at this. There we go. There's the circle. And as you can see, as you're heading southbound out of this circle, the 2 lanes taper into 1. One of the safety improvements that's being recommended is that we extend that taper further away from the roundabout, which would assist with stacking inside of the roundabout, which is not the safest movement. One of the other safety improvements includes a frontage road with an acceleration lane in the northbound lane. And I apologize, we didn't zoom out far enough, but off to the left of this aerial is the Willow Lake roundabout. And this frontage road would be in front of the automotive shop, a couple of small businesses, and then ultimately the entrance to the RV park there off of Canyon View Drive. There as you're headed northbound. That would consolidate the driveways entering the roadway here in this very short stretch. That's why that's there. Also, this is the Willow Lake Roundabout here on the left. And as you're headed southbound into town, this was the first roundabout that was built in Prescott. People either loved it or they hated it. But I will tell you that because it was the first roundabout, the approach up to the circle is a straight head-on approach. Today, when we build roundabouts, we add in what's called a chicane, and that's basically an S movement as you head into the roundabout, which slows traffic down, which is the purpose, one of the main purposes of roundabouts, is the traffic moves through them at a slower speed.
Mm-hmm. Gwen, I have a question. When you add that chicane, trucks that are like tanker trucks or cement trucks, they have to veer to the left, and then their load shifts, and then they have to swoop to the right, and their load shifts, and then they have to go around the roundabout, and then the load shifts again. And we've had several trucks overturn up there at the roundabout by the airport. Were they just going too fast, or what was the problem? Because I actually, now when I'm driving through Chino and I've got a truck next to me, a tanker truck, they literally creep through those roundabouts.
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question. Yes, speed is a main factor in that.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that our roundabouts are not all the same size. Some of them are 1 lane, some of them are 2 lane. So depending on the size of the roundabout, it can be easier or more difficult for those larger trucks to navigate them. If you drive as far north as Chino, you'll see that they have signs posted as you enter the roundabouts that say yield to the bigger trucks, like let them have the 2 lanes. Some of the roundabouts also have a rolled curb on the inner part of the circle, so on the inside island, and that's so that those semis can mount that. It's usually made of concrete, but they can mount that inner circle as they go through the roundabout in order to stay in their own lane.
I've seen that, and there's
Right.
a lot of tire tracks on that.
And rightly so, right?
Would that be something that we might be interested in doing in the future?
Well, I believe we implement into all of our roundabouts now, don't we, Ian? Yeah, truck aprons is what
Truck
it's calling
aprons.
them.
Okay, good.
So we
Thank
do
you.
that now, and some of it is just driver education. You know, if there's a truck bigger than you in front of you, you might want to let it go first.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Lois?
Yeah, just a follow-up question therefore. So once we add the chicane, does this current roundabout have the truck apron already there?
It does.
It does. Okay, thank you.
So one of the other safety improvements would be consolidating access points along the corridor. And I'll just, for the audience, tell you that the corridor runs from the Willow Lake Roundabout to the Phippen Museum Roundabout. Much of this corridor does not have curb, so property owners along the corridor will enter and exit their property wherever they like. Having consolidated and/or dedicated access points can minimize the number of cars that come into the flow of traffic and disrupt the flow of traffic. So let me just catch up here so I have my notes. So those are the safety
Lois?
Sorry.
Excuse me.
Before you go ahead, can you go back to the last slide? So I was surprised to see some public input about that walls have been added in several of the options, and I didn't realize we were going to be adding walls in front of rocks. And so is that being done to make sure nobody adds driveways, or why are we doing the walls?
I'm just gonna start with, we're not putting walls in front of rocks. But I am gonna let Tim.
Wonderful.
I am gonna let Tim to relieve the anxiety, but I'm gonna let Tim Sherwood talk about that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tim Sherwood, Public Works. I saw the same post last night showing some walls through the narrowest part of the corridor. There's no retaining walls there now. It's rock. There's no need for retaining walls there. The retaining walls that are identified in Kimley-Horn's proposal in section 2.4 are for the area down. You won't even see them from the roadway. They're retaining walls for the old 89 exit by the mobile home park. That area there, we cannot widen that. We can't do really any improvements there without encroaching on the properties next door because of the elevation difference. The road is so much higher than there. So the retaining wall is set to go there, along that shoulder, past the Willow Creek Bridge, and then a little bit on the southbound side as well. And that's
And
the
are
only
you
retaining
doing that
walls
so people don't roll off into the ditches, or?
Well, it's just like there's just not enough room there we can't tow out a slope into private property. So much like on Willow Creek Road, as you see, there's so many retaining walls there, much in the same way. You see the big tall walls on one side of Willow Creek. You don't see how tall the walls are on the southbound side of Willow Creek because they're down below the road grade. So the only retaining walls that are even being talked about on this project are down at the north end of the project, beyond the Narrows, and therefore basically what I would say a fill retaining wall. And you will not see it from the roadway. Below the road grade? Yeah, below road grade. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor,
Oh, Mary?
before we move off this slide, when you talk about consolidating access points, driveways and medians, so that property owners along that stretch are directed to enter and exit the roadway in specific spots, how is it envisioned that you will block off their property where they typically have been using it to exit the roadway wherever they felt it?
Curb and gutter, right? Yeah. Curb and driveway approach gutters. Curb and gutter is what's being contemplated along the edge of the roadway, and then the driveway, there'll actually be a driveway apron for them to enter and exit from.
So anywhere along their property line that is not an actual driveway contemplated would have curbs?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Grady?
Thank you, Mayor. Tim, I'm sorry. You sat down too quick before I could. My apologies.
I'll hang out, it's okay.
So with respect to those retaining walls, is that something that's true for every option we look at, including the non-widening option?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Because we'll have to make, like I said, we'll have to make improvements up on that area. Andrew, you might be able to correct me if you're, yes, so that is correct. I'm gonna stay here.
Is there any way we could, being a retaining wall, like if it's not below, ask the owner for an easement, a right-of-way, so we wouldn't have to put the wall up?
Well, we have adequate right-of-way to build the road, but like I said, in order to tow a slope out, you'd have to tow it out onto private property. And like I said, if the mobile home park and the road were closer in grade as far as elevation goes, it wouldn't be nearly as much of a deal. But because the mobile home park is so significantly lower than the roadway,
Yeah, it is, yeah.
a retaining wall is going to be the best option. And like I said, you will not see it from the roadway itself.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay to continue? Okay. Thank you, Tim. All right, so as I mentioned earlier, all of the number 2 options, 2A, 2B, and 2C are all non-widening options for the council to consider. Alternative 2A was ranked number 14 in the Design Ranking Advisory Group. The engineer's estimate of cost for 2A is $25 million. It includes a single roundabout within the corridor and right-outs within 1,500 feet of any new roundabout. Alternative 2B is also a non-widening option. It ranked number 10 in the Design Ranking Advisory Group. It's $25.2 million. It includes 2 roundabouts within the corridor and right-outs within 1,500 feet of the new roundabouts. Alternative 2C was ranked number 15. It's $24.8 million. It includes an acceleration lane at Lillian Lane, which is on the south end of the corridor, and a Michigan left turn between Calvary and Twisted Trail. Now, there's an illustration there on the screen of what a Michigan left looks like. I will say that this illustration is a 2-lane highway, not a 1-lane highway, like we'll have 1 lane in each direction, but the concept is the same. The user that wants to go the other direction would enter the left or U-turn lane on the left-hand side of the roadway. There would be a safe area where they could sit until they were able to successfully make the U-turn. There's no traffic signal, there's no roundabout. And then you can see on the left side of the screen where the outside number 1 or number 2 lane is actually a little bit wider. There's kind of like a little bulb out there. And that's so that bigger vehicles have, or vehicles that don't have as tight of a wheel turning radius can successfully make the U-turn and enter the number 2 lane in the opposite direction. It is possible, and I don't know the answer to this question yet until we complete the design, whether trucks or trailers would be prohibited from using the Michigan left. It would depend on how much area we have to work with and how wide we could make it for that turning movement. There would also be an acceleration lane in the southbound near the old 89 intersection, as well as right-outs within 1,500 feet of a turnaround. Are there any questions about the non-widening options?
Yes, I have a question. When I was at the open house last fall, there was some poster boards up, and I spoke with Rich from Lion Engineering. He had some very good posters. I was trying to get it to the rest of the committee, the rest of the council, where he shows, it's called phasing of traffic, where you don't have to completely shut down the road if you don't widen it, where he uses, he keeps one lane open, and he has the measurements. So you keep one lane open while you work on the other side of the road, and then you open the other side of the other lane while you do the other side. And it made a lot of sense to me. It was seemed like, he had designed it so it would be safe with Jersey barriers. We might as well admit that there's going to be night work, and I don't think that the residents of Granite Dells are going to object, because it will move things along quicker. So I just want to say that according to Line Engineering and Rich, if you don't widen the road, it is possible to safely keep it open. So you could have traffic during rush hour go in one direction. You could have traffic going in the other direction. You could have pilot cars, or you could just have people going slowly through the traffic zones with signage. So I just wanted to ask you to comment about that.
Okay.
And I asked him to be here, but it was a short notice.
Yeah, he wasn't able to be here. And he is part of the Kimley-Horn team. So we can certainly continue to have those discussions. But can the IT person please put the other illustration in the folder up on the screen for us? Tim, do you have a paper copy for council? We were advised in advance of the meeting that this question might come up. So we put together an illustration. I'll pass it out. Here's the.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, Tim Sherwood. As Gwen mentioned, we were kind of advised that this would probably come up today. So put together an exhibit. I pulled specifications on several pieces of equipment, including a CAT 365 excavator, a CAT 928 wheel loader, standard size for a dump truck, as well as various vehicle widths that would possibly traverse this corridor. So as you can see in the illustration, and this illustration is completely to scale as far as like where the existing lines are located on the left. On the left side here is the existing sewer line we've talked about so much in the past. I kind of use this area of the map because it's got a manhole right there. Everything we've been presenting to you, to council so far, has illustrated that the effluent main would be about 10 feet off of the existing gravity main. So that's where it's shown here. I show about a 6-foot wide trench width at the top. That's kind of a best case scenario. As we know, digging in rock, it could be significantly wider at the top as the trench is excavated. That leaves about, between the excavator And the red line indicates what would be a K-rail barrier, safety barrier. I indicated it here. Leaves about 14 feet 4 inches from the edge of the excavator to for the dump truck that would need to be used. For any loaders, I kind of indicated 2 loaders here. It's hard to show them doing a turning movement, but basically one would have to be perpendicular to the ditch to provide bedding, shading, backfill material, as well as traverse this corridor. And then the other thing I couldn't really indicate here is what the pipe laying operation might look like. And so with the loaders and the dump truck working on one side of the ditch, the pipe laying operation would likely go in on this side of the ditch right here. So as you can see, we've occupied pretty much every square inch of space here in the corridor. And like I said, talking to Ian in regards to traffic widths, 11 feet's about the minimum. Like I said, I pulled up the information. A Honda Civic, for example, is 6 foot 10 inches wide with its mirrors. A Ford F-250 pickup is 8 feet 10 inches wide at its mirrors. And a standard semi, while it's 8.5 feet wide max at the width of the truck, they're about 10 feet 2 inches wide with the mirrors. So you have to kind of take that into consideration when you've got equipment spinning around. One of the biggest things that I kind of uncovered as I was looking at this is the excavator that I pulled the specifications from Caterpillar, 11 foot 6 inches wide at the edge of the tracks, which is pretty much a lane width. And then what they call the turning radius or the working radius of the excavator is 13 feet. So from the center point of the excavator where it pivots to the back of the counterweight is 13 feet. So that machine needs basically a 26-foot circle clear in order to operate. So for him to be able to dig, empty into a truck, or even spoil it on the ground. And then be able to turn around 180 degrees to kind of line himself up north when he goes to set up for his next dig. With an excavation of this size, we're looking at 48 to 50 cubic feet per foot. An average pipe length is 20 feet. You're looking at 980 cubic feet per foot, which translates to about 36 cubic yards. So a standard 10-wheel dump truck, you're looking at 3 truckloads for every 20 feet that excavator digs. If you put it on the ground, you're looking at a pile that's about 12 foot wide and about 8 foot tall. So that's the kind of restrictions that we have in this area. We only have 40 feet of pavement down here. And so the 2 lanes are both 12 foot wide. We have a little bit wider shoulder on the southbound side is right at 9 foot, and it's about 7 foot on the northbound side. So I tried to play with this a little bit. I tried to move the trench over different directions, but the more you encroach it towards the center line, the more it makes it more difficult for the loader operators to navigate, as well as squeezes the room for the dump truck. So like I said, I just kind of wanted to give you guys an example of what working in this corridor, like I said, per scale, what we're finding here.
Yeah, on his chart here, he has a 24-inch construction zone, and you say you need 26.
I'm like I said, when I pulled up the specifications for the excavator, 26 feet is what the turning radius of that excavator is.
So turning radius, you mean the whole excavator?
For the whole excavator to be able to spin. So like as I indicate here, the counterweight on the excavator, the counterweight the excavator you see is at the top of the circle. So as that machine spins around, that counterweight is going to run right on the outside of that circle all the way around. And so part of his movement when he's digging a trench, he'll spin 30 degrees or so to be able to load the dump truck. He may have to spin 90 degrees to help assist with moving a piece of pipe. And then every time he gets done digging a 20-foot or so section, he'll have to spin 180 degrees so he can eyeball or track himself along the pipe alignment before he sets up to do his next dig. And he'll spin back around 180 degrees. But you really cannot have any obstructions in that zone. Where that dump truck is indicated here, he would be sitting there while he's being loaded, but once he's loaded, he would pull away, and the excavator could fully operate what he has to do. But it would be clear for that movement.
Okay, thank you.
Timmy, I wanted to thank you for not mentioning deer, Liebherr, or Komatsu, and only caterpillars.
I think that was prearranged, wasn't it?
First place I looked, fine sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. All right.
Okay, do you want to do your questions now, Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Grady has questions.
Thanks, Mayor. So on the alternative to non-widening option, as much as I hate to use the word Michigan, being from Ohio, but what's the dimensions? Like you said, this is showing 4 lanes and a pretty huge median. Yeah. So how would that work in a 2-lane roadway?
You want to come up, or you want me to have Andrew come up? Andrew? Yeah, I'll let the technical experts explain themselves if that's okay.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, Andrew Baird, Kimley-Horn, thanks for having me. As Gwen indicated on the turnaround or the Michigan left, sorry, Councilman Grady, we need to determine the dimensions when we get fully into final design. We had laid it out to get a smaller semi-truck with trailer to make that turn. So we had a bulb out, like you can see on the image on the left, that extended out another 12 feet beyond the lane line to allow for space for a truck with trailer to move, but not a semi-truck, not the larger delivery vehicles. Those would have to go up and use the larger roundabouts.
And there's enough room in our right-of-way to...
There's enough room in the right-of-way, and we've moved it north of Twisted Trail where there's a little bit of a space to make that movement. And this is really primarily for passenger vehicles, trucks with trailers coming out of the neighborhood, so they have a space to turn around when we're having them go right in, right out through there to get in and out of their access drives.
So this... reduces the need to go all the way up to the Phippen, turn around and come back down.
Right. Yeah, and this was an alternative we explored outside of roundabouts, where one of our priorities was recognizing all the driveways through the corridor and the lefts out that we wanted to reduce. So when we start to push people going right out of their driveways, we needed space for them to turn around. So not putting a roundabout in, we looked at really just a Michigan left or just a U-turn turnaround in a space where we had a wide enough corridor to do so.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a question? Lois?
Just to follow on that, because it was raised at some point last year, a lot of people were concerned as they're trying to leave the Flume Trail and trying to make a left, and would this fix that they would be able to make a right, go up 50 to 100 feet or whatever, get over to the left lane and make the left?
Yes.
Through this. So that's what it's going to really help with the Flume Trail.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Grady.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Gambogi.
So looking at alternative 2C and 2B, there's a $400,000 difference, so $200,000 roundabout.
This came up at the public meeting. It's come up multiple times. Okay. A standalone roundabout, if you're putting in a brand new roundabout within an intersection, would run you closer to $1.5 to $2 million. We added strictly because all the proposals have the reconstruction of the existing pavement and a certain amount of widenings due to the sight lines. The only difference here is we've added additional pavement and curb to add the additional space for a roundabout. So that's a lot of misconception of that. Typically you'd see a rule of thumb of $1.5 to $2 million. In this case, we're really just looking at material costs and additional quantities to add a roundabout. So going from one lane through to a single lane roundabout for these examples is really just the difference of the inner circle and widening the pavement. So not a significant cost increase to put the roundabouts in terms of the order of magnitude estimate we put together.
Thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Gambogi.
I used to live in Michigan, so I've got experience with here, and I would like to say that Michigan is a far superior state than Ohio. But I've traveled on Iron Springs behind Malcolm Barrett Jr. many times, and it's 5 lanes wide. And I've noticed he'll put his brake lights on in the right lane and move to the next lane to get into the turn lane before he puts his turn signal on. So the only concern I have for this is if it's just one lane each way, you're going to have to decelerate out of that lane, and then you're going to have to accelerate in the other lane. I'm good with that, but I just wanted to express that concern.
Yeah.
It's why it's ranked number 15 of 20 alternatives, because as we ran it through the technical committee, that was discussed. So while it will work, it's not an optimum solution.
I have a question maybe for Mr. Gambogi and for Tim, or maybe you. Do the excavators come in different sizes, or are they all in one size? Could you get an excavator?
Come in many different sizes.
They come in many different sizes, so you could get a little more less robust excavator.
You need a lot of weight and you need a lot of horsepower to break out that rock.
To kind of what Ted's talking about, same, yes. The size excavator that I researched, and my experience with the city, or before I came to work with the city, was contracting, bidding, estimating, project manager. So I've been in this realm before. I sized it for an excavator that I felt was necessary to do the work that this needs to do. You're talking about a ditch that's going to be close to 8 foot deep, 6 foot wide, massive amounts of rock. A smaller 320 type excavator is not going to cut the mustard.
Okay. All righty. Thank you for that lesson. Okay, Gwen?
Ready for me to continue?
Yeah, well.
Okay, no more questions on the non-widening? Okay. So as council, and I'm sure the audience is aware that through the design ranking group, we did have a number 1 and a number 2 widening options. So I'll just go through those. Alternative 3B was ranked number 1 at $36.7 million. It's 5 lanes widening between the Fippen Trail roundabout and the Willow Lake roundabout. It's two two-lane roundabouts inside of the corridor and right-outs within 1,500 feet of those roundabouts. Alternative 5 ranks
Excuse me, when you give that construction estimate, that 36.89 or 69?
6.9.
6.9, is that just for the road? That's just for the road, right? That doesn't include the...
No, ma'am, that includes the wastewater portion as well.
So that's for the road?
That's the entirety of the project.
That's the whole project. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I had a question about that. Okay.
Alternative 5B was ranked number 2. The estimated cost was $35.5 million. It's also a 5-lane widening between Fippen Trail Roundabout and Boulder Creek. It narrows to 4 lanes between Boulder Creek and Twisted Trail, which is essentially the narrowest part of the Dells. And then it re-widens out to 5 lanes between Twisted Trail and Willow Lake Roundabout. It also includes 2 two-lane roundabouts in the corridor with right-outs within 1,500 feet of any roundabout. Are there any questions about these alternatives? Okay. So in addition to the alternatives, we want to talk a little bit about funding, rock removal. We've talked a little bit already about construction constraints and then the design contract. So this table, this is the first of 2 financial tables. So I just want to go through what we're showing here. In the first table, on the first column, it lists the alternative. The second column, it lists the construction estimate to build that particular alternative. In the third and fourth column, we break down what the cost is for the wastewater component of the project and the roadway cost for the roadway component portion of that particular alternative. So you can see that the wastewater project is around $12 million. It varies a little bit depending on where the pipes are placed, but essentially it's about $12 million of any of these total costs for the wastewater portion of the project. And then the roadway costs make up the balance. So you can see that the non-widening alternatives are between 12 and 13 million, and the widening options are between 24 and 24.5 million dollars. This next table breaks down how we pay for that. Again, on the left are the alternatives. The next column is the total construction cost. We have several funding sources for this project, all of which have been in the city's budget for at least the last 3 budget cycles, I want to say. Yeah. We have wastewater rates component. That's your wastewater users that pay wastewater bill every month. We have wastewater impact fees, which are paid at the time that a new home is issued a building permit for their proportionate share of the upsizing of our infrastructure that is necessary to serve them. Then we have the street 1% sales tax and street impact fees. So you can see that the funding sources vary depending on the alternative that is chosen. The non-widening alternatives cannot be paid for with street impact fees. If there's not a widening, there's not an increase in services due to growth, and therefore impact fees cannot be used. Also, if in a non-widening alternative, the wastewater fund, the rates and the impact fees would bear the cost of putting the road back. If we were not removing and replacing the wastewater infrastructure, we would not be replacing this road today. We would not be doing it until 2034, which was borne out in our traffic study that said the road would not reach a level of service F until 2034. Are there any questions about this table?
Yeah, I'd like to make some comments here about the cost. The least costly is 2C, and it's 24.85 million. And the most costly, which is the one that does the most work, which would be 5 lanes. And then we're talking about through the Narrows, it's basically rounding up probably a mile. It's a little bit over a mile, 1.07. And so you have, on each side, you'd have to remove the rocks. So you'd have basically 2 linear miles on each side, or 1 mile on each side, a total of 2 linear miles. And I don't know how many cubic feet of rock would have to be removed. And I find it hard to believe you can do 5 lanes, remove all that rock for only $12 million more. And on this disclaimer, it says the construction estimates are budgetary at this time. Construction costs will become more clear as the design progresses. So I'm concerned that number seems unusually low if you wanted to do 3B. For example, our library, the little parking lot at the lower level, I believe was like $1 million just to redo that, to make it ADA compliant. I look at how expensive our sidewalks are, and I just have a hard time comprehending moving 2 linear miles of granite rock that are maybe 60 feet tall, and all the, I don't know how many cubic feet that would be, and putting in extra lanes, median, for only 12 million more. What do you think about that? Any comments?
So I guess my first comment is that the entirety of the corridor from Willow Lake Roundabout to Phippen Roundabout is 2.25 miles. The narrowest part of the corridor is about 1,400 feet, which is about a quarter of a mile. So your dimensions are off just a little bit. But I will have Andrew come up and defend the engineer's estimate and answer your questions about the cost, because he developed the cost estimate.
Okay.
So we're going to let him talk to you about how they developed that cost estimate.
Yeah, and I got those numbers, right out of the subs contracts where they were looking at 1.07 miles through the Narrows.
To answer your question on the rock removal, the quantity is 21,000 cubic yards of rock to be removed. We, as we've talked about earlier, we brought on Colin Nicholas, who is our geotechnical expert. They're our rock removal expert. So when we started to lay out some of the alternatives and what needed to be removed, gave them quantities, looked at heights of removals, width of removals, they took a detailed look at it based on, as we talked about in one of our previous meetings, how they laid out some of the joint sets and shear zones to remove the rock more vertically, where there's just natural shear zones to do so. And they gave us an initial number of $70 a cubic yard to remove it, based on the fact that through their exploration, this would be a relatively simplistic process of removing this rock. So we took that number and we padded it and we put $120 a cubic yard in our estimate. So we believe we're conservative based on the numbers we got from our geotechnical engineering expert, and we added another $50 a cubic yard to account for, again, who knows when this project will start, potential increases, fluctuations, work zone areas. So we added a factor of safety in terms of that portion of the estimate. And that's built into that 36.69 million.
So, in summary, you think that for only $12 million more you can do all that extra work, 5 lanes, and remove all the rock?
Not me personally, but the contractor.
The contractor?
Yes.
Let me ask. Yeah. Okay.
It's going to take a while with a shovel.
I don't know. It looks like it's a kind of a low number to me, but that's okay. Let me ask you about the contract. Originally, we okayed the $1 million, approximately 15% design contract last year. And then I look at the packet, and it's actually that contract with 2 amendments. And one amendment is like 80%, and another amendment's 20. And so if you do the math, we're up to 115% design. I was a little confused about that.
So just to take a step back, the contract award in November of 2024 included the design concept report and 15% plans. This proposed final design contract takes it to 100% plans in the end, but we have iterations, milestones, 30%, 60%, 90%, 100%. So that's what this final design contract is for. So it's not taking the 15% previously, starting from 0 and going to 100% for a 115%. And that's fairly typical with any design concept report, as you would include 15% plans in that. And then from whatever alternative is selected, hopefully today, you start from that 15% and move into that 30% design. And then just to speak to that November contract, as we brought up previously, we front-loaded much of the geotechnical reporting and investigation. As you recall, we closed the roadway to do seismic, to do ground penetrating radar, our topography, we flew it, we had ground shots. So we did a level of field investigation that would be more typical of a final design, but recognizing we wanted to really know what's out there to make these recommendations, we added all those elements into the design concept report. Typically you wouldn't see that. So if you note, with the final design, we still have geotechnical on board, because as the design refines, we would need to use their expertise. We want boots on the ground as we start to really lay everything out, depending on what alternative it is. But everything else is really taken care of in the design concept report. And so now we focus on really the fine tuning of the final design for whatever alternative is selected.
Okay. Any, Mr. Garrett? Patrick? Okay.
Yes, thank you. I know this is one slide further on rock removal, but you referenced 21,000 cubic yards of rock removal. But on the next slide for 3B and 5B, it's just 3,000 cubic yards and 1,245 cubic yards. Can you move to that? So what's the discrepancy?
Above ground, below ground. So we don't have quantities here for below ground rock removal, only above ground rock removal, but from what Andrew's saying, these numbers may not be correct.
I need a little more explanation. That didn't work for me.
What's not correct?
Yep, full disclosure, and I apologize, this is the first time I've seen this slide. Above ground rock removal for 3B is 21,000, and then above ground rock removal for 5B is, I think, around 18,000.
And so what's the 3140 and the 1245 then? I know I'm not asking you. I'm asking.
Yeah, I apologize. I believe we have the wrong numbers up here.
Okay.
We'll clarify that with you. It is the information is in the design concept report.
Right.
It's not it's not something we're adding up on our own. It's in the design concept report, and we'll put out some information about where that can be located.
Right.
So Kimley-Horn, your number was
I know what this number is.
21,000 cubic yards?
I believe so. I believe this is, we broke down the quantities in terms of native rock removal and then rock removal that had already occurred. And so this might be the number of rock that has not been touched versus rock that's already been removed as the original construction of the highway. We, at one point, had our tables broken down into native versus already removed. Again, with the goal of, if you've already removed it and sheared it away to build the highway, let's try and align the roadway to focus on some of those areas and leave some of the native rock in place if we can. So I don't know the numbers exactly offhand, but we did split the table into, it's 21,000 total for 3B, of which it is split between native rock versus rock that's previously been disturbed. And that was at the request back in the springtime to try and refine that, so that as we start to look at these things again, let's try and focus on the improvements to follow lines of which have already been removed previously.
Okay, any other comments? Mr. Patrick, Mr. Gambogi, how about Lois?
I'll wait to the end.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Gwen, going back to the multicolored chart you just had up. So my understanding, give me a rough estimate of your total when we collect the 1% sales tax. What do we have fiscal year to work on streets in the whole city? It's about 19, 20,
Is Lars here?
19, 20 million, if I
I want to
remember.
say it's just over 20 million.
That's what I thought it was around that, 20 million. Okay. So, so my understanding is that SIMPO has said if you widen the roads, they have $5 million to contribute to the cost that's lined up there for the sales tax.
So SIMPO every year puts in what's called a legislative request to the state of Arizona as part of their ongoing budget. This year, the city of Prescott has two projects at the very top of that list. The first one is the 89A on-ramp project that ADOT designed but didn't fund in the amount of $4 million. The second project on the list is the SR 89 widening project. They requested $4.9 million toward the cost of widening the road. So if SIMPO is awarded funding this year, which they actually, their entire funding ask was close to $50 million in total, the first $10 million would come to the city of Prescott for those two projects.
Okay, so you're saying he doesn't have it, the money in hand, it's part of the request.
Until the end of the legislative session.
Okay, I had misunderstood that he had the money in hand. Okay, thank you.
Since this road's a connector and arterial, it's regional, have we approached the county because it goes through county property
And we
serves county residents?
Thank you, Mayor. We did have preliminary conversations with the county. They're waiting for you to decide the outcome of the roadway, and then we can continue those discussions with the county. But we did put them on notice that we would be coming to them with some sort of ask for contribution if we're to widen this road.
Okay, thank you. If we don't have any more comments, would you like to continue?
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just slide past this one. You found it?
Yes, Andrew.
Andrew Baird, Kimley-Horn, sorry. So I was able to find the table. So that's native rock removed. So for example, 3B says 3140, which that is the correct number. So we broke it down into native and previously cut. So 3,140 cubic yards of native rock to be removed, and then 17,000 and change of previously disturbed rock.
So like new, it would be the new rock.
Yeah,
versus
rock,
old.
it's untouched rock versus old. Yep. So
new rock
3,000
versus
of new versus 17,000 it's already been cut.
Okay.
Thanks.
You got to keep it simple for us.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, we've been all over the place, so we've kind of talked about construction constraints a little bit as well already with Tim's illustration. We are estimating for a non-widening option that construction would take approximately 12 to 14 months. For a widening option, it would be closer to 18 months. As Tim indicated, staff is predicting a full closure of the Narrows for about 3.5 to 5 months while we construct the narrowest portion of the dells. That's that 1,400 feet that I keep talking about. That's where we have the biggest constraints. And it would take them 3.5 to 5 months to lay that pipe. It could be significantly shorter if we allowed night work, and longer if we only work during the daytime.
Yeah, one of the subcontractors mentioned night work.
I will say that we typically do not recommend night work when there are residents nearby on any project that we do. Sometimes we allow it in downtown at night or along corridors that are primarily commercial, but night work can be very disturbing to people who are trying to sleep. They'll have lights up, it will feel like daytime, the equipment will be running, the rocks will be being moved around and dumped in metal trucks, and it can be very disturbing. And there are quite a few people in that corridor, so we'd have to have some more conversation about night work before we could make that decision. I just want to put that information out there because that typically we don't allow that anywhere where there are residences. And then on the widening options, we would have the ability to remove rock on one side of the road in order to widen the area so that at least one lane, if not possibly two-way traffic, could be possible in the corridor during construction. We would work on one side of the road and then shift the traffic to the opposite side while we worked on the other side of the road. So it is possible that there could be none, or there may be minimal closures in a widening scenario. Are there any questions about that?
So, but if we do, maybe the residents would, if they want to save the scenic highway, byway, maybe they would tolerate night work, kind of, figure it's a sacrifice, but they might be willing to endure it for a couple of weeks.
A couple months.
Couple of months, but if night work, you said it would decrease it?
I think probably if we did night work, it would shorten the duration, yes. But it would you're still looking at about 3.5 months if you were to do night work.
Okay.
Any idea what the premium would be for night work?
Tim? You should just sit in the front row.
Mr. Gambogi, like I said, I don't necessarily have some number off the top of my head. A lot of it depends on the contractor that's a low bidder. Contractors that are local usually have significantly less costs associated with night work than a contractor that's coming in from out of town. But you do see a premium for night work. And like I said, it's also, it's definitely not as productive as daytime work is typically. Just because it's dark outside. And like I said, it brings in an element of safety risks with equipment moving around in the dark. Like I said, they've got light plants and everything where they're working, but as dump trucks and stuff are maneuvering around, they'll go out of the light and stuff like that. So like I said, there's definitely a premium there, but it can vary from project to project. Project this magnitude probably is a smaller percentage of increase because of night work, just because of the scale of the project versus a much smaller project would be. I don't really have a number for you off the top of my head. Like I said, Mr. Gambogi,
I'll let you off the hook.
It varies from project to project depending on scale.
Would it significantly change the cost, the night work?
I think based off the estimate we have right now, I wouldn't say you'd see a significant increase in cost, no.
Night work's pretty common anymore, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Like ADOT does it all over the state.
It's to be expected, usually.
Mm-hmm.
We're always approving it.
I will say that when the gravity sewer main that I had on the left-hand side of the map, when that was installed, I believe it was 2007, 2008 in that window, that was all done at night.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor?
Mary?
When you speak about night work, are we speaking of in addition to day work? So essentially around the clock?
It could be, depending on the contractor.
And did I just hear you say that even if we do night work, it's still going to be 3.5 months anticipated?
So the estimate that we got from a couple of local contractors, because we asked them what this might look like, and what I saw from at least one of them was if we worked strictly at night, it would be 14 weeks minimum. So that's the best case scenario you can hope for, and I apologize if I'm being confusing here. Strictly night work, 14 weeks is the minimum to get through the narrowest part of the Dells.
And was there any discussion with the contractor or the subs if they limited themselves to night work, or at least like shift into night work, whether or not during the day when the vast majority of traffic would be wanting to use this road, that they could maintain a lane of travel for daytime use?
It's possible. It would probably be limited to one lane. Again, as we go through the design, those are some of the things we can look at, we can continue to look at.
So if we did not widen through the narrows, I understand the chart that was presented as to why you could not have the work being done and one lane of travel, maybe with pilot cars or however that flags. But if it was nighttime work, we could have the one lane of travel with pilot cars or flags or whatever the method might be. That would be a possibility. So no,
It would be
widening,
something.
but
It would be something we could look into for you. I can't promise you.
And did I hear you say there was the potential, this is in the widening environment, possibly removing rock only on one side?
To begin with. So the design concept report calls for rock removal on both sides of the road. But in order to keep the lanes of traffic open, we would remove the rock on one side first in order to create more travel area for the cars. And then we would install that pipe on that side of the road, and then we would switch so that traffic can flow on the opposite side while we're working on the other side.
Thank you for that clarification.
And that would just be in the narrows, right?
It would essentially be throughout the corridor, but it would have the greatest impact through the narrows.
Mm-hmm.
We don't dictate means and methods to a contractor. They will tell us how they will phase it and where they'll be at what area, and that's why I can't promise you that one lane would be open. So that's essentially the end of the presentation. Actually, the item on your agenda today is to approve a design contract with Kimley-Horn and the Kimley-Horn team, which consists of 5 different professional registrants, to complete the design that is currently at 15%, to complete it so that we can bid it for construction. But in order to do that, we have to know what the council would like to do with the road. Again, it's a wastewater project. We know what we have to build for the wastewater infrastructure. We have to build a 24-inch gravity sewer main for centralization, and we have to build a 24-inch effluent line for to bring effluent back into town. That's the pipe that keeps breaking there in the Dells. But what we do with the road is the question on the table. Staff is here to answer questions or public comment or whatever we want to do next.
Let me make a comment. Mr. Jin Gehring was unable to be here due to a medical procedure. And, this is a big decision. It's a very emotional one. And I think that we owe it to the public to have the full council here. And I'm thinking about leaning towards postponing it for 2 weeks until February 24th, and then make the decision with the full council. We've had a very vigorous and informative discussion, and we're going to have a lot of public input in the meantime between now and February 24th. I know time is of the essence.
Point of order. We have 6 voting members here.
Yes, but I think that we owe it to the public to have the full council here, and also to Mr. Gehring. It's not his fault that he had to have a medical procedure on this
There's no
day.
precedent for that.
Thank you, Mr. Gambogi. So, are there any other comments?
My
Mr.
light is lit.
Mr. Mr. Ruby, do you have some comments?
Yes. As someone who's on the council as the last 3 months, and there's work that's been done over the past 2 to 3 years, it's quite extensive. Just want to thank the city for all of that work. For me, I'm missing options in a way. And I've wondered, like, is it absolutely necessary for the sewer line, the effluent line under 89A to remain there? Is there an option to put it under the Peavine Trail? Because the urgency for the road system is coming out of the sewer line. Now, the sewer line helps to defray the costs of this project significantly. So I see the wisdom in that. That's my question. I don't need an answer right now, but I feel like there's a couple ways in which we've approached this or haven't approached it where we've been very focused on 89, and I don't know if other options have been fully considered.
Mary, do you have any comments?
No, I think voting tonight would be appropriate.
Pardon?
Sorry, I was just adding that I do believe voting tonight would be appropriate.
Lois, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I've been struggling to try and understand the total financial impact to the public as we look at all the different options. And, you know, for example, if we end up doing whatever option, by the time we get through from today, 1 year design gets us to February 27, and then between 12 months to 18 months of construction gets us to between February 28th to August to 28th. And then 6 years later gets us to 2034 when Gwen said the level of service will be abysmal. And so I go back to the numbers, and again, I'm trying to understand, regardless, you look at the column with all the rainbow of colors, the wastewater rates, you know, it's $1 million or $2 million variance there, but the wastewater rates are pretty much there. The same thing with the wastewater impact fees. The big difference comes whether, you know, I'm trying to get this perspective of the return on the investment for the voters, because if they're going to pick something like not narrowing, then we're going to spend money that we won't get help with impact fees. So we're going to spend all that money, and then 6 years later, we'll get to the point that for safety, we've hit the numbers, we've got to widen, and then they'll be paying again, but at least we'll have impact fees. So as much as I don't want to widen, I'm just trying to understand for the voters and all of their pocketbooks and all the ratepayers and all of their pocketbooks, the return on the investment and the amount of spending on the options, if you really do believe all of our technical experts in their studies. So I'm struggling with what I know a whole half of the community wants, and I'm struggling with what the other half of the community wants. And no matter what, I'm going to probably lose friends here today. But I do think, you know, we're costs are rising, and that's my concern right now, is that we're coming to the voters again and again because our costs are rising. It's not because we like to pass increased fees. It's not because we want to tax everybody. It's because we inherited a 30-year-old public safety system, and thank God you all voted, you know, and we're investing now in the public safety system. We have no choice but to invest now. We're behind in investing now on this wastewater system going through, and we have legal obligations. So I think I know where I'm going to vote, even though I don't have all the data I need. which really makes me uncomfortable because I'm not used to not having all the data I need to make big decisions like this one.
I'd just like to say this is a very big decision, and I'd like to have the full council here and give Mr. Gehring his voice. He's an elected official. He's a civil engineer, and I think we should value his opinion. Thank you, Mr. Grady.
I agree, Mayor. This has been a difficult process. I don't know how you put a cost to saving this iconic entrance into our community. That hasn't been brought up this evening at all. And yeah, so I'm like Lois, I have mixed emotions because I'm concerned about the financial impact on the city at the same time. So there's pros and cons on all sides. But I believe that Mr. Gehring was elected by the voters, and he should be here to have a say, because this was one of the items that was driving some of the election results.
Yes, that is true. We need to stick to our promises, what we said as candidates. Mr. Gambogi?
For the council members here, for the audience, and those of you who are listening online, many of you know I spent a career at Caterpillar. And of all the people sitting behind this dais, no one knows more about moving rock than me. And notice I haven't asked a question of the subject matter experts. Gwen, I wanted to ask questions at the end of your presentation, but we got off into another tangent. So, you ready?
We'll give it our best shot.
Once upon a time, 89, the pipes under 89 broke down. How long was 89 shut down?
So in December of 2024, we did have a catastrophic failure of the pipe. We've had many breaks in the pipe, which fortunately we've been able to repair and get the traffic moving again, or at least have traffic in one direction. But in December of 2024, we had a catastrophic failure, and unfortunately it undermined the roadway, and we ended up replacing several hundred feet of asphalt, and because of that, we had sinkholes under the asphalt, so we had to close the road for 10 days. We closed it for 10 days.
And when you did that, where'd the traffic go?
Well, I was going to say for a lot of people, there were significant traffic impacts. Willow Creek Road in particular was impacted. And Andrew can help me out because we immediately engaged Kimley-Horn and said, can you get a traffic counter out on Willow Creek Road with SR 89 shut down? And so I'll have him come up and tell you his numbers. But we didn't just have impacts on Willow Creek Road. We felt those impacts on SR 69, and we felt them on Williamson Valley Road as well.
Andrew, do you have numbers?
Yeah, so there's 22,000 vehicles per day on SR 89. So Willow Creek Road, when SR 89 is open, is at about 25,000. When we got the counters up,
25,000 more?
25,000 vehicles per day on average are on Willow Creek Road. During the closure, they saw an additional 11,000. So it was 36,000 vehicles per day on Willow Creek Road. So half of the traffic that's on SR 89 rerouted to Willow Creek Road. Williamson Valley Road saw another 5,000 vehicles per day. And then the remaining 6 likely went on Glassford or SR 69. One thing we brought up during that time is we did traffic counts, but we also looked at travel times. Willow Creek Road, on average, is about 5 minutes to go on a 3-mile stretch. And I can't remember the routes that we set up in Traction. But during the detour and the rerouting, we saw peak time at around noon to 1 o'clock. Those travel times increased to 25 to 30 minutes. So 6 times longer to travel.
From 5 to 25 minutes?
5 to 25 minutes.
And this would be happening for up to 5 months.
3.5 to 5 months, yes.
Yep. I said up to. I got another question for you. And Lois put me onto this. 89 goes to an F by 2034?
I believe it's 2034, yes.
Okay, so If you did the non-widening option, when would you be done with it? When would you start and when would you be done?
We would complete design about this time next year, and then 14 months, so probably late spring of '28.
So 6 years before 2034.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we know that the price differences are about 25 to, there's three options in there, but let's pick a round number, 25 versus 35, 36,
yeah.
something like that. What happens if you wait until 2034? What's the price? You had any idea what the price would go to?
I wish I had that crystal ball, but you can be guaranteed it will be more expensive in 2034.
Yeah.
It will increase.
Given the increase in prices we're seeing, back to Lois's ROI question, I think it's far more prudent to widen it today than to wait till 6, 8 years from now.
I will say that the lifespan of a new asphalt roadway is 20 to 30 years if it's has proper maintenance on it. So we would be potentially replacing this road very prematurely in terms of the cost.
Are you saying that if you waited, if you didn't widen and you repaved it, and then you waited to widen it, you'd have to go back into what you repaved just 8 years earlier?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to point out it's almost 6 o'clock. I'd like to recommend maybe a 5-minute break so we can get some circulation back in our legs. And I'm very impressed with the 2 children that are very well behaved. Yeah. And so let's just take a break, let Mother Nature do her thing, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
So, Mayor, at this point, the council's had discussion. You do have 28 public comment cards on this matter. Everybody, I just want to remind the audience, public speakers are limited to 3 minutes for your comments to the council. Given that we have so many public comments, I would like to remind everybody that if you could please not repeat something that somebody has said before you, and keep your comments as concise and possible, that would be great. I don't know if there's further council discussion or if you'd like to open it up now, Mayor, or how you'd like to proceed.
Let's open it up for public discussion.
All right, Eric Ludwig.
Council, Mayor, it's a pleasure. Hello, my name is Eric Ludwig. This project directly affects my family. We live in Granite Gardens. State Route 89 is a daily part of our lives. We hear the traffic during the day. We contend with it when we leave the neighborhood. It's only a 3-minute average wait during peak commuting hours. This project is being sold under the banner of safety. In reality, it is an infrastructure project that caters to and exacerbates a societal illness, which is selfish driving. The most important part of any project is the plan, and you don't have enough data to make a decision on your plan. If the goal is safety, why not reduce the speed and enforce it? The current situation feels unsafe due to excessive speed. It's posted at 45, people travel at 55 to 60. There's not enough data to present the current situation as unsafe. Where is the accident data? The goal of the project is to simply increase speed and save Chino Valley and Prescott Valley commuters a couple of minutes. Please collect more traffic data and include the variable of enforced lower speed. Until the planned expansion in 2034 or 2040, and hopefully longer, a pair of average speed cameras would act as strict enforcement. Or you could use the $25 million to pay 2 patrol officers for 178 years, adjusted for inflation. Commuters during peak hours need to accept the burden of driving a slower speed to maintain a steady traffic flow. You leave the house a few minutes early. As for the right turn only rule, I'm going to quantify that for you for the impact for those of us living in the corridor. 1 trip per day is 7 minutes and 4 miles extra, which adds up to 42.5 hours per year between Granite Dalles Road, Phippen Roundabout, and back. Okay? That's 1,460 miles. Personally, for me, that's a 20% increase annually. Are you going to pay the cost? Or is that Chino Valley and PV? Who's paying us for that? Why would we shop in Prescott anymore? It's going to become equidistant to go to PV or Chino. So if we turn right, we just keep going, and so do our tax dollars. Please collect the traffic data over a longer period of time. The last time they did it was very brief, and school was not even in session. Watson Lake Roundabout or Willow Lake Roundabout and excessive speed are what cause the problem. There's nothing in here to fix the Willow or Watson Lake Roundabout or the speed, okay? Focus on the real issue. Didn't voters also just say to table the issue for a little bit? So we're here and we're gonna vote on it without all the council members. This is the definition of a rush, okay? Wait until 2034 is planned because remember by then, there will be a grocery store up by Deep Well. There will be commercial opportunities that reduce southbound traffic. There already is a Hyundai dealership up there. What follows car dealerships? Grocery stores. More vehicles will be equipped with safety technology similar to today's adaptive cruise control that makes tight traffic flow safer. And also, site visibility improvements is an extremely vague statement. To what extent? What's the limit? Who decides? Okay. We once lived on a quiet dirt road in Maine. Speed limit was 25 miles an hour. Saw 12 cars a day. And then there was extra money in the budget, so they paved it. Traffic increased to 70 cars a day doing 50 miles an hour. The speed limit posted didn't change. Okay, the driving behavior changed because when you provide opportunities for drivers to go faster, they do. They do. And if you want an unsafe corridor, turning it into a true highway is the great way to do it. But this is a residential corridor. Okay? Again, you don't have enough data to make a good plan. Thank you.
Please contain your applause. I would just like to add about there was a traffic study done at the beginning of the conversation a couple of years ago, and it showed that the majority of accidents were due to distracted driving, rear-ending the car in front of them, and also just running off the road. So I think if we widen it, I don't think that's going to change that. But next.
Terry Sapio. And again, I just wanted to remind everybody, 3 minutes, please. You were at 5.
Who's keeping track of the time?
The mayor has a time clock at her seat.
Hello, Mayor Rusing and Council. You all know me. I'm Terry Sapio, 38-year resident of Prescott and Yavapai Hills. Mary Frederickson's familiar with Yavapai Hills. And I would not say that this is being rushed. In fact, you've been hearing from the public, all of you, about what they want and what they don't want for Highway 89 through the Dells for over a year now. And what this really boils down to, and there are good arguments on either side, and everybody is telling you what they want. I've got one of these fancy 89 safety first buttons as well. But it really doesn't boil down to what I want or anyone else wants. It comes down to a math problem. And what the math says is that it is inevitable that 89 as a 2-lane highway through the Dells is eventually not going to be able to handle the traffic. So the math says eventually 89 will be widened. So when you vote tonight, you're going to be voting not whether or not 89 ever gets widened, because the math says it will. And math doesn't care what we want or what we don't want. So it does. We don't need you. Math doesn't care. Math just cares about numbers, and the numbers are saying that if you don't vote to widen the highway tonight, that the math will force a future council to widen it in the future, and we all know that will cost much more to the taxpayers to tear up and build the road twice than it would cost to tear up and rebuild the road once. So I'm asking that you guys follow the math, use the logic that you all have, and I trust all of you to make the decision that is best for the entire community. And I would say that's the mathematical option would be 3B.
Thank you, Terry.
Steve Blair.
Well done. Steve, you're wearing shorts.
Yeah, I am. I was coming in to make a bank deposit, too. I was going to say good afternoon, but good evening, Council. I appreciate the opportunity and the time. For most of you, probably know me. If you don't, I'm a lifetime born and raised native Prescottonian and the longest serving city councilman in Prescott's history. I have been through a lot of road projects in this community. One thing I want to reiterate, the county, the city, along with a lot of different good people, SIMPO, have looked to the future to design roads within the region. If it weren't for the county, Fane Road never would have been built to Willow Creek Road. If it wasn't for the county, Pioneer Park wouldn't have been built to Williamson Valley Road. If it weren't for the county, the Outer Loop Road would never have been built. If it weren't for one of the councils I sat on, Prescott Lakes Parkway would have never been built, or the commerce that went along with it. If it weren't for the city, Putting in Whipple Montezuma, we wouldn't have moved traffic. If it weren't for the foresight of the city planners and staff, Gil Gardner Way would have never been built, which takes traffic off Willow Creek Road to Thumb Butte. If it weren't for the city planners, Browns Drive and Rosser would have never been connected from Willow Creek Road to 89A. These are all things that have taken place within this community, along with West Ridge from Gil Gardner to Iron Springs, and again, Prescott Lakes Parkway, 69 to 89. It's imperative to think the future of North Prescott. A lot of people don't like it, so I call it North Prescott. But the bottom line, the people are here. And right now they're in design phase to bring in traffic to the Pippin roundabout. When that happens, imagine the cars that are going to be in the Narrows. They're not going to turn north to go to Chino or Paulden. They're going to come into Prescott or Prescott Valley. The sheer cost and the very idea that we're not thinking about public safety, first and foremost, saddens me. We went to the public, got an extra sales tax for police, fire, and fire stations, but yet public safety is not a concern here. When we listen to the police chief saying, we need this for public safety, we listen to the fire department saying we need it for public safety.
30 minutes. 30 seconds.
I got 31.
Seems like it's been 30 minutes, sorry.
Like from Animal House, you're on a roll.
There's a
I know,
Freudian
I would
slip.
just say at this point, I've seen a lot of changes in my time in Prescott. People are not going to quit coming. Do the right thing for the community. We're not blowing up the Dells. We're not blasting the Dells. We're surgically removing by slicing some rocks to improve life for everybody. You know, I'm just saying it needs to be done. And while you're doing it,
Mr. Blair?
Time's up.
Yes.
So when you get back to your office,
Thank you, Mr. Blair.
get out the Sundog connector as well. Oh, I love that.
Thank you.
Bonnie McMinn.
Tough act to follow. Mayor and Council, Bonnie McMinn, Prescott. My focus today is good governance because what's before you points directly to priorities, process, and public trust. First, the city has two separate urgent utility projects. One is the Sundog C3 consent order issued by the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality in 2023, a standalone utilities project with a compliance deadline of July 1st, 2027. Non-compliance will result in significant financial penalties. This has not been addressed. 16 months from now, we will start having penalties if it's not built. And I understand it's 90% designed, but no build. Second, the effluent pipe along SR 89 must be repaired or replaced regardless of whether the road widening occurs. These are utility obligations, not a roadway preference. Yet, SR 89 has been continuously presented to council primarily as a roadway project, a kind of while we're at it expansion, even though neither council nor the public has ever been shown clear standalone summary of what the utilities project actually entails, although we saw it today, but we haven't seen it before that. And if we've been at it for 3 years, it's unacceptable that we're just seeing it and you guys are going to vote on it. But the full cost difference of the utility options. Today, instead of clearly resolving the utility work, staff has introduced new slides none of us have seen before, a new option, 2C. I'm sorry, I came from Michigan. I don't remember seeing a Michigan left in any of these slides that they've talked about, including the open house with our 20 options last fall. There are 20-foot-long CAD drawings. A retaining wall, maybe it's real, maybe it's not, but we're seeing it, or we're seeing discussions about it, and new pricing. We haven't seen that pricing before. Presented to council and the public just literally minutes ago. The council has not had the opportunity to deliberate publicly, and the public has not had meaningful opportunity to understand what has changed and why. Since July 2025, residents and council members alike have repeatedly asked for three straightforward things. Utilities only option, I guess we can agree on what they presented today, without detail, by the way, no maps, no drawings, including the alternatives such as slip lining. We still don't have that. An independent review of the 15% design. Mayor Good had asked for that previously before the city spends another $2 to $3 million on moving the project forward. And we have never seen a compiled summary of public comment.
Bonnie, your time's up. Sorry.
I don't get 30 seconds?
30 minutes?
Well, it's about good governance.
Keep going.
Thank you. Keep going?
No, just
keep stopping.
18,
Okay.
you got, yeah.
How much time?
Just
I can talk fast.
22.
Anyway, yeah, yeah. So
Sorry, you're over.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Malcolm Barrett.
Well, I know most of you up here. I'm another old guy here, not as old as Steve Blair. Actually, I'm a year older, but I haven't lived here that long. I'm a 45-year resident of Prescott. I've served in the Prescott 2020 Visioning Committee, the Prescott Planning and Zoning Commission, Prescott City Council, and I'm reminded sitting here tonight why it's been 29 years since I last spoke at this board when I got off council in 1997. I commend you for your patience. It's kind of hard afternoon meetings that go into evening. So thank you for listening. This is all about public safety. The only purpose of government, whether it be federal, state, county, local, public safety first, and it trickles down the line. Our number one priority is public safety, emergency services. Then we come down from there. Public transportation throughout the corridors are part of that. In every long-range planning session I've been a part of for the last 30 years, arterials and collector systems have been part of this. And we've been discussing this, the widening of 89, since I was on council. Well, we know we're going to have to do it. Yep, we got these traffic studies. Nobody loves the Dells more than I do. And I would defy anybody that after this project is finished, you're affecting 0.3% of the old rock. I would challenge all of you, go up to the Fippen parking lot, look south towards the Narrows, get pictures of it, get whatever you need to do, 3D. And after this project is finished, I would defy you to even know the difference. And this is a regional transportation issue, not only Chino Valley, Paulden, Prescott Valley. Look at all the through traffic we get. 89 goes from the Mexican border to Canada. I don't think this is going to impact the scenic byway one little bit. And of course, when people talk about rear ending is the major cause, maybe we need a little less looky-looing. Because that's certainly not the way I feel in the thousands of times that I've been through there. So I implore you and leave you with this note. Leadership is doing the right thing than what seems to be the most popular thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mark, and I apologize if I mispronounce your last name, Dembski.
Good evening, Mayor Rusing and City Council members. My name is Mark Natupski. I reside at 1295 Coyote Road in Prescott. I had the opportunity and was privileged to serve the city for 25 years in the Public Works Department. I retired from the Director's Chair in 2014. Decades ago, through regional transportation planning involving the City of Prescott, Yavapai County, and ADOT, State Highway SR 89 was identified for widening between Prescott and Chino Valley. This planning effort led to the development of intergovernmental agreements between ADOT and the city for turnback of a portion of SR 89 to Prescott. ADOT, in good faith, funded tens of millions of dollars in taxpayer money and improved the majority of SR 89 to its current 5-lane cross-section. And that section exists north and south of the Granite Dells. There is no argument that 2,600 acres comprising Granite Dells is a most remarkable landscape and valued Prescott asset. People travel here from all over the country to enjoy its wonderful beauty and hike among its amazing rock formations. It is a tourism draw despite the rock cut and presence of the highway. It will always have that appeal and continue to draw nature lovers and adventure tourists to our area regardless of this widening project. In my years with Public Works, I had substantial involvement in delivery of numerous arterial roadway widening projects for the city of Prescott, including Montezuma-Whipple, Willow Creek Road, Iron Springs Road, and Williamson Valley Road. All of these projects were the result of advanced planning, utilizing the expertise of professional transportation planners and civil engineers to define project requirements, address safety issues, deficient infrastructure, and undesirable levels of service. And I can say from firsthand experience that every one of these projects met with intense public resistance and objection. Some of the people who denied the extent of need, and others expressed different desires to see alternatives other than those recommended by the professionals involved. Fortunately, we can all be thankful that these projects were approved by discerning city councils in those days and completed in the best interest of the city, its businesses, and residents. When a roadway widening or improvement project shows up in a transportation plan, the city's responsibility is not to just acknowledge it, but to actively steward it from concept to reality, or to clearly justify why it should not proceed according to the planning recommendations professionally made in the best interest of the public. Identification creates an obligation to act deliberately and transparently in the best interest of the public. I ask you to imagine the city reconstructing the entire
30 seconds, Mark.
Of Willow Creek Road to 5 lanes and back in the day, but constructing only 2 lanes between Rosser Street and Iron Springs Road. Would that make sense? Would it be logical? Would it be right? Would it be in the city's best interest? To not widen SR 89 per the professional planning recommendations would be illogical and, in my mind, unacceptable. I urge you to vote to widen SR 89 to the 5-lane cross-section. Thank you.
Damon Myers.
Hi, thank you. I had lots of thought to say. I live out in Granite Dells, and so this is challenging. I understand the different arguments, and I'd just like to echo what Bonnie said about due process. We're all kind of being informed last minute and expected to make decisions very quickly here. As someone who lives in the Dells, one of my biggest concerns is that this turns into a years-long drag-out project where we are all having to, as residents there, suffer through it. And for that reason, I'm inclined to recommend a conservative option, though I do understand that eventually this is an inevitability. I would like to address that Councilman Ruby had asked about if alternatives had been considered for utility locations, and this question was not answered. And I would like to say that I agree with Mayor Rusing's suggestion that we wait until Councilman Gehring is returned to vote. Thank you.
Michael Marchand.
This is the Jeopardy version with a handout. Who am I? Michael Marchand. Do you know what the first paragraph said for Resolution 2024-1876 on SR 89? I'll tell you. Quote, whereas the mayor and the council of the city of Prescott recognize State Route SR 89 passes through a beautiful part of the heart of the Granite Dells and is closely associated with the city of Prescott's regional identity and economic development. Did you know that 86% of residents want to preserve the SR 89 natural aesthetics, and the public is also opposed to roundabouts? See your handout. Do you understand that this is a utility project to fix failing effluent lines, add new wastewater lines, while making basic safety improvements to the corridor? It says exactly that on the SR 89 website. It is not a road improvement project. Did you know that alternatives 2A and 2B are exactly the same when you take out the roundabouts? Did you know that SIMPO says that widening SR 89 is, quote, a medium priority that can wait until 2041 per the newest SIMPO 2050 Regional Transportation Plan? See your handout. Did you know that Gwen Roach and Kimley-Horn were on the SIMPO team that made that decision? In other words, there is no hurry to widen SR 89. Gwen and Kimley-Horn say so. See your handout. Did you know that Gwen and Kimley-Horn never told the council that SIMPO 2050 report even existed when it came out last June, intentionally using the ancient SIMPO 2045 report instead? Did you know that Kimley-Horn somehow forgot to include the cost of roundabouts in their estimates? I've examined every line item of the financial part of the 15% design concept report. If you don't trust me, have an independent reviewer look at it. Did you know Kimley-Horn's engineering team wants to put a roundabout at Twisted Trail, where their own safety study logged exactly 3 vehicles entering or exit SR 89, but 3,632 vehicles going straight through? See your handout. Did you know that the 2034 gridlock prediction is based on exactly 1 day of traffic data? How confident are you in that gridlock prediction? Can you say big red flags? Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Randy Ratliff.
Good evening. My name's Randy Ratliff. And I just, something nobody has brought up is there's a large residential property out there called Granite Gate Senior Living. They have 125 full-time residents, all of them elderly, but most of them are elderly, and 55 full-time employees. They go in and out of there every day, not just employees and residents, support staff, maintenance staff, food delivery, and so on and so forth. And I know you can't hear trucks loaded at night from your house, Mayor, but those old folks can, and the echoing in that canyon is going to drive them nuts. So that's all I wanted to say. Think of those residents too, and do the right thing. Spend our money wisely. That's what you were elected to do.
Thank you.
Steve Sishka.
All I have to say is I'm glad I'm on this side of the dais. You know, I've said many times since I was on council that if there were no politics, we could get so much done. Decisions wouldn't be made based on the fear of alienating groups that got you elected. Rather, they'd be made based on what was good for the future of the city of Prescott as a whole. That's your real responsibility. This issue has been studied and whispered about and talked about ever since I can remember, and that was when I was first on city council in 2016. Further studying it is just a delay tactic and an exercise in futility. The buck stops with you guys. You need to prioritize long-term gain rather than short-term satisfaction. Will 89 need to be widened in the future? Absolutely. Why not do it now? Resulting in short-term inconvenience versus long-term peril to both public safety and city finances. Doing it now means one and done, not digging it up twice, not resurfacing it twice, not paying for it twice, and not experiencing hell on earth when Willow Creek is the only access to town from the north because of an incident on 89 in the Dells. So please don't be penny wise, be pound foolish. Or how about don't be, well, whatever. You get what I mean. Anyway, it's, I hope that all of you put on your Solomon hats when you make this decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Dottie Morris. Thanks, Bunny. Rod Moyer.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our second speaker from the public today indicated that pure math indicates that this will going to be widened someday. The question is when. The math really doesn't tell us that, because the math assumes, the math that's been used in this project assumes a steady growth rate of that traffic with the total population of the area. Our first speaker today told us why that's likely not to happen, because all of those new developments out to the north include some commercial property where there will be built commerce, big box stores, grocery stores. And all of these people coming down 89 in the morning aren't coming from Chino Valley to work. They're coming from Chino Valley to shop because they don't have much out there. So this will change things. I'm not at all convinced that we're going to see that kind of growth rate in the traffic on 89. I do want to support the mayor's contention that maybe we ought to wait for Councilman Jim Gehring, not just because he's an elected council person, but he is a very experienced civil engineer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rod.
Michael Kofi.
Good evening. A distinguished Prescott Council member has often suggested that we should follow the facts, that we should be led by the facts rather than be led by opinion. A number of speakers will opine today about the safety of 89 through the Dells. Indeed, we all have opinions. I lived there for 30 years. I have an opinion. But let's get to the hard facts. I will only quote data from the following experts who have access to governmental facts: SIMPO, the Regional Transportation Planning Authority, or Kimley-Horn's presentations or publications, or the Director of Public Works. So, the chase. Is this a road from safety hell? Is this a road that routinely makes the top 10 of the worst in SIMPO analyses? It's not. It's not even close. SIMPO's 2045 RTP looked at 50 roadway segments and ranked them by total crash rate. Of the 52 segments, 42 had a worse crash rate than the segment of 89 through the Dells. Their Table 29 of the top 10 safety needs did not include 89 through the Dells. It's not close. Now, Kimley-Horn has presented detailed crash data for the project study area, Willow Lake Roundabout to the Phippen Roundabout. For the 5 years, 2019 to 2023, there were a total 117 crashes. And the director told us of those, 52 crashes associated with the Willow Lake Roundabout and 11 were with the Phippen. So, of the 117 recorded crashes, 63 were in the roundabouts and just 54 in the roadway between them. The facts would seem to indicate that it's riskier getting through the roundabouts than it is driving the 2.5 miles in between. A third of the crashes were single vehicle crashes and attributed to distracted driving. And distracted driving is not cured with additional lanes. So, in conclusion, when you hear that we have a terrible safety situation on the roadway through the Dells that can be fixed if we just add 3 more lanes, recognize it as opinion, not fact. Then, as our council member wisely advised, let us be led by the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coffey.
Jessica Ebel. Sandy Griffiths.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Sandy Griffiths, and thank you for this opportunity to speak before you this evening on the improvements to State Route 89 through the Dells. We've been talking about this now for 3 years. This project is long anticipated, and it's critically important. And I want you to know it's just not about pavement and pipes. There's more to it than that. You've heard quite a bit tonight. I am a firm believer that it is about safety. It's about transportation, school buses, commuters, visitors, and the folks that live there. We all agree that the sewer infrastructure needs to be upgraded. That's the primary driver of this agenda item. The approach we take matters, and I am a firm believer and a strong supporter in item 3B. We cannot step over a dime. We cannot step over $1 to pick up a dime. This is a high-value project, and I'm asking for your support for 3B. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandy. I think he left.
Oh, he did leave.
Thank you. Catherine Wiley.
Thank you, Mayor Rusing and City Council for hearing and really listening. I am bold to speak tonight for the disenfranchised. I'm a resident of Granite Gardens, and I have to use Granite Dells Road every day. The house has been in my family for over 50 years, so I've seen a lot of changes in Prescott. I hear a lot of the community saying that we want to maintain the character of Prescott, and the Granite Dells is probably the most iconic of all the places in Prescott, outside of Thumb Butte and Granite Mountain, perhaps. We're in small communities off 89, and we are not annexed by the city. So unfortunately, we haven't had a vote or a voice in much of any of this, but we can come before you to speak. We pay for city services, which was provided many years ago for water and sewer. And of course, we spend our tax money on sales tax when we come to shop here. We do support the improvements in the sewer system. However, I'm supporting what I think is the most conservative proposal, and that is going to change the least and benefit those closest to 89 problems. We need a traffic solution. I have heard Kimley-Horn's presentation, which mentions 2 roundabouts or a P turnaround, which does not solve the problem. One of the proposals was a safety traffic light, a smart light at Granite Dells Road, which has the most traffic. None of the proposals dealt with that. The smart traffic light would help the tourists who come in to enjoy the Dells. It would also support the investment the city has made already in getting a lot of parks and trails around the Granite Dells, and it would be the least disruptive just to fix the sewer line. We want to see the tourists benefit, and the residents don't want the disruption of having 5 lanes of traffic, more noise, traffic congestion, more pollution. I don't think our visitors would enjoy that much either. They would much more enjoy the way that the Dells are now. I think that the presentation by Kimley-Horn had so many holes in it, you could drive a Swiss cheese through it. Thank you for listening, and I hope to have the actual conservative 2C without any roundabouts. Thank you.
Ken Fiddick.
Thank you, Catherine.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. You guys might be going for the record tonight, I'm not sure, but you're going to get close. My name is Ken Fiddick. I'm a resident of the city of Prescott, Soaring Avenue. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a civil engineer. I'm just a resident taxpayer. Safety is important. I think all these plans talk about safety in one form or another, right? And I believe the folks here at Kimley-Horn talked about three plans. I would say if you're going to do anything, maybe the money you're spending with them is worth it, and pick one of those 3. I'm not telling you which one to go. Previously, I've said less is more. That would mean not widening. But hearing all the dialogue today, and I'm not sure if it's 50-50 from the community, but it seems to be on both sides of this. So you're right, Lois, you may lose a few friends or gain a few new ones, depending on how this goes. But I would hope that this council would use common sense, would look for the best value, bang for the buck. Lois and others have mentioned return on investment. So whether the widening is now or 10 years from now, I don't know. I don't know these folks who are the experts. 2.75% growth rate, is that the right number for the next 5-10 years? Maybe 2034 goes out further than 2034 or 2050. I don't know if the level of service that they're talking about is correct. Only 161 pages in that report, so I'm not an expert on evaluating that report. So the last thing I'll say is I'm concerned about cost overruns. I'm concerned about finishing a project on time. Most of you on the council, I hope, would have those same concerns. So I'm not telling you which way to go. I'm just telling you that you better have 5 votes in favor of one of them. And if you don't have 5 votes, then I suggest you defer until Mr. Gearing's here, so maybe he makes the 5th vote either for or against one of these options. I think that's extremely important for this city, for the community. If you're split 4-2 or 4-3 or 3-3, whatever the case might be, or however you want to split it, I think that's not going to help bring this city together. So I would like to see 5 votes from the 6 of you tonight, one way or another. Thank you.
Stephen Menzel.
Hello, thank you. Wow, really impressive. Thanks so much for all that you do, Mayor, council members. This is definitely going to be a tough vote to start with the new council and new administration. My name's Steve Munsell. I'm a resident. I've been a resident since the mid-'70s. I've spent many countless, endless hours rock climbing in the Dells and recreation and other activities, and really watched the traffic grow over the years. What's sadly not compelling in the data is the quality of the traffic study. I do think that it's not exemplary, the amount of data that was collected over time and how the traffic was measured. And so if it's really all about safety, will adding lanes and increasing speeds create safer road conditions? I think that's a fair question for you all to grapple with. and I really am empathetic to the residents of the Dells hearing the rocks being removed. Just knowing that intrusion and that impact is absolutely something that will be difficult to live through, especially in the evening time. I did have a real question, which is there a plan for where the spoils will be deposited, where the spoils will go? Is that in one of the studies?
You mean the rocks?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 21,000 cubic
That's
yards.
a good question.
Endless dump truck loads really is an effect on the scope of the project and where that traffic travels. And I'll try and really get under this 3-minute thing. And in deference to Mr. Gambogi, I do think that you should wait for your colleague Jim Gehring to be present. I think the scope of this decision is really clear in the energy in the room tonight. And Mayor, I really respect your interest in having your whole council present. Was there an answer? Where's the rock going to go? Okay, we don't really know where the rock's going to go. And I'll close with that as an example of, I don't think that the data, that the study has really been that comprehensive, since that's sort of a fundamental element of any public works project of this scale. So thank you, and I'll respect any decision you take. I think that less may still be more in this moment for the Dells. I think the widening could probably wait until we really see that increased traffic some decade from now.
Thank you.
Truly Bracken.
Mayor and Council, it is late. I will keep this short. I'm simply going to read the last remarks that Bonnie McMahon had. Council adopted a resolution in 2024 calling for structured public engagement, transparency, and adequate time for review. Adding another option and new costs at the last minute does not follow that resolution. Who decided that council and the public didn't need to know? Governance is not about speed. It is about following a clear, predictable, properly sequenced process with fiscal transparency and accountability, because mandatory obligations like the sewer and the effluent lines are blurred into discretionary choices, such as these roadway choices. When that happens, public trust erodes and confidence is lost. Pause this vote, because until the city defines its utilities work and meets its regulatory obligations, asking residents to finance a roadway expansion is neither transparent nor fiscally responsible. Thank you from Ms. McMahon and from me.
Stacy Brown.
Ooh, I'm 3 for 3 tonight. So I'm going to give you the context from a systems engineer with specialty in change management and a governance geek. I'm going to start with a statement that may sound obvious, but it's often overlooked. Governing is hard. Campaigning is easier because it simplifies problems to win support. Governing, by contrast, exposes complexity. It requires compromise, nuance, and difficult trade-offs. I have no personal preference among these options. What matters to me is how the council fulfills its role, specifically how you deliberate today or tonight or next week to arrive at a decision, how effectively you collaborate to provide actionable direction to the city manager, and how persuasively you explain to the community why this decision represents the best path forward. Now, I've heard commentary in the community suggesting that some council members campaigned on this issue and may view today's vote as the fulfillment of a campaign promise. That would be a mistake. The council's role is not to validate campaign positions. It's to lead with accountability and fiscal responsibility. Before making this decision, two things must be clear. First, The problem you are trying to solve must be well defined. And second, the council must understand how well each proposed design addresses that problem. If those answers are not clear, the council is not yet ready to commit to a design. For that reason, it would be entirely reasonable for the council to ask the city manager to return with additional information you might need to have more confidence in your decision. Ultimately, how you deliberate this item will determine whether the community accepts the decision. Ensuring there is a shared agreement on the problem definition is the essential first step. Without that foundation, it is impossible to objectively determine which design option best serves the city.
30 seconds.
I call this process getting to yes. It's why governing is hard, and it's also what distinguishes a council that truly delivers outstanding results for the community it serves. I respectfully encourage you to take the time to ensure the problem is clearly defined, to seek any additional analysis you need, and to deliberate in a way that builds both confidence in the decision and trust in the community.
Thank you.
Good luck. Godspeed.
Richard Thompson.
Mayor, Council, Richard Thompson, Prescott. And here we are again. I'm opposed to widening SR 89, and I'm not alone. In 2023, the city did a survey. In the survey, 84% of the people who go through the Dells regularly had no delays. 80% of the people who surveyed said it wasn't necessary. They did not want to widen the Dells. You did another workshop. You asked for public comment. I believe 70% of the people said it's not necessary. We don't need to widen the Dells. So, safety. We're saying it's a safety project. So, let's see. Highway 69 has 3 lanes. In 2024, there were 635 accidents on Highway 69 in Prescott, 3 fatalities. So more lanes doesn't necessarily mean safer traffic. Math. This is a sewer project, $12 million. So in 2C, it says for $12 million additional dollars, they're going to add 2 little merge lanes. But in 3B, it says they're going to add 5 lanes or 3 lanes and take out 21,000 cubic feet of rock for $10 million. Doesn't add up. That's not good math. So I would agree this is too big a decision right now. And even with 2C, that's the only one that's not the widening option that really makes sense. But even that doesn't look right with just a few little additions for $12 million. And when you look at a $12 million project now has ballooned to $36 million, $24 million extra dollars. And we voted yes to support our great police and fire department. But now couldn't find the money in the budget, but we agreed on a tax increase. Now we're going to find somewhere $24 million? Doesn't make sense. Delay this vote, let's get it full council, and even with 2C, that needs to be looked at and really understand what's going on. Thank you.
Linda
Thank you.
Thompson.
Linda Thompson, Prescott. Thank you, Council, for doing this. And even though we're all starving, it's part of my New Year's resolution to lose weight, so this will work out. I've been driving through the Narrows I've been here for 10 years, and it's always fine. I mean, no matter what time of day, I've never seen a problem, even though I'm hearing from some people, let's widen it already, or safety over rocks. I'm not seeing a safety problem. It's just, there are many who innocently mean well about safety concerns, but the proposed changes to the Narrows would actually allow for opportunities for development which could not happen in its current state. Then, if we did widen it, it would be a self-fulfilling prophecy of increased number of cars that you would see after that we did that to ourselves. So I think that can wait. I think we should stick with the infrastructure that improvements without widening, and that would be for 2C. Thank you.
Thomas Staley.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Staley. I've been here for 40 years, and there seems to be a general consensus that the Narrows is going to have to be widened at some point in time, 2034, 44, 54, whatever. But with the project that we have to do with the sewer line, and if it has to be widened anyhow, this is a no-brainer. I went to Google. I pressed in no-brainer. This project came up. And it does have to do with safety. It does have to do with the sewer line. But I know I'm right. And somebody asked how much is it going to cost in the future. Just put in some inflation rate, 2%, 3%, 4%. But I know I'm right because I was here when we voted for the water farms out in Paulden. If I remember at the time when we voted that in, if my numbers are close to being right, the cost to bring the water down the pipeline was about $30 million. I may be off, but it was around $30 million. That can has been kicked down the road ever since. I've heard estimates of that pipeline being between $100 and $300 million if we were to do it today. You're looking at the same situation with widening this road. If it has to be done, and there's a general consensus that it's going to have to be done, it's just when, and you're going to be tearing up the road anyhow, now's the time to do that. One more time, it's a no-brainer. It needs to be voted on tonight. We need to get this project going. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Beal.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Don Bealey, longtime Prescott resident. I consider myself to be one of the silent majority that likes to sit at home and assume that logic and common sense is going to prevail. And sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. Situation here seems to have a lot of consternation, and might be because on one side of town you've got the tree huggers, and then on the other side of town, now we have some rock huggers. And what do? The fact of the matter is, for the benefit of the city, occasionally we're going to have to cut a tree. And occasionally we're going to have to move a rock. And I don't think anybody's talking about blowing the Dells up. We're talking about widening an existing artery that flows right to the heart of our community. I've had that done. It works pretty well. And still, some people aren't happy about it, but I'm still here. Anyway, the point being that, again, logic and common sense. It just seems that if we're going to spend the money, we all agree that it's going to happen eventually. We might as well do it now, and I would just encourage you to not kick the can down the road. Let's bite the bullet, get it done. The wider, it sounds like the logical thing to do, because that way we're not going to close traffic off. And you listen to people on Willow Creek Road, they're furious when all the traffic goes over there. We only have two major arteries going north-south going into town, Williamson Valley and 89. So let's do it and do it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fan?
I think my legs are asleep. Or I'm just old, thanks. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me an opportunity to speak. And thank you for your service. Like Mr. Shishka, I'm sure glad I'm on this side of the dais and not on that side. This is going to be a tough one. So I appreciate you listening and weighing out the options here. I have a unique aspect here because I'm a contractor. So I'll try to limit my comments to those of a contractor and hopefully help answer some of those questions that have come up tonight. As you might guess, when the construction portion of it was mentioned, I'm back there biting my tongue. So anyway, I love the Dells. We moved here in 1958. I swam at the swimming hole in the Dells when I was a kid. Like that gentleman over there, I used to climb the Dells. The old Prescott College where Embry-Riddle is now, we climbed with a fellow that was there, did it every weekend, and we just had a ball. I've worked in this corridor as a contractor 4 times over the last 50 years. We installed the 24-inch effluent line, not the effluent line, the sewer line that's there. We installed a 14-inch ductile iron line that rusted out in 1979. I'll talk about a couple quick things before I get my 3 minutes to finish those up. Traffic impacts, we talk about the safety. We know now, we didn't know how soon it was coming, but we know now AED is working on the design to bring 2 more lanes from Jasper, Granville, Granite Dells Estates, Walden Farms into the Phippen Roundabout. So what we know is going to happen in the immediate future is we're going to have 4 lanes, 2 from Prescott Valley and 2 from Chino Valley, going to the Phippen Roundabout and funneling into 1 lane. So when we talk about safety, I don't care what the numbers say. It's obvious. It's common sense. When that happens, we're going to have backups. We're going to have accidents. We're going to have a service level of F. There's no way around it. As a contractor, I appreciate what Rich said. I've known Rich for many years. That existing road is 40 feet wide. You cannot replace those large sewer improvements and the effluent improvements and keep that road open. It is not happening. The excavator, the Caterpillar excavator we were talking about, has got a counterweight on the back and a boom on the front. When it swings, it goes way wider. So you will have to shut that down. The impact to Embry-Riddle and the businesses on Willow Creek Road for months will be significant. Cost impacts. So we'll go in there and we don't do the widening now, and we do just the sewer lines, and then we go back and we widen it at some future date. You're going to lose all the curb and gutter we poured. You're going to lose all the asphalt. That heavy rock moving equipment is going to destroy that road. So you're going to build the road twice. It's going to be very expensive. What hasn't been talked about is those existing lines that are failing. We're going to spend $24 million to put in new lines that aren't designed to handle heavy rock removal equipment, heavy rock trucks. And we're going to put that weight on top of those brand new pipes we just spent $25 million on. We're either going to take life out of those or we're going to cause new leaks when we do that rock removal. So the cost impact could be extremely significant if we don't do it one time. My 3 minutes is probably up.
But you're special. So we'll give you a little more time because you're a contractor.
I appreciate that. The one last thing I appreciate the fiscal responsibility that was mentioned. I appreciate the good governance that was mentioned, and that's on your shoulders tonight. I'm sorry, but it truly is.
The one thing I would like to address that the people that are concerned about the aesthetics, we've done a ton of work at the Grand Canyon National Park for the Park Service, for Federal Highway Administration. We use regularly a product called Natina. It is a rock staining product that we can go in there and make those rocks look very natural again. The second thing we can do is, I've looked at that myself, there are several fissures, natural fissures in the rocks out there. When we remove that rock, if we pick a fissure location, we can remove the rock in front of that fissure, and what's left is a native looking slope, or not looking, is a native slope because we break it at the existing native fissure. Honestly, there's a good chance that the improvements down there could make the corridor look better than it looks today, because what was done in the past was frankly not very ecologically sensitive when the road was put in the first time. Today's contractors work a little different than that. So thank you for the extra time. I appreciate it. Any questions? I'm right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Greg Allen.
Mayor Rusing, councilman. My name's Greg Allen. I was all my life, I was born in Prescott and lived here until I was 22. And then after that, I was gone and I came back 50 years later, and I've been here 10 years since. One comment I'd like to make is on Willow Creek Road. When I moved here, I located my office down in the crossings, which I'm sure you all know. And at that time, there was not a traffic problem on Willow Creek Road. Since that time, there's been a major traffic problem for many periods of time. While I worked there, I want to look first at the proposals 2A or 2Bs, whatever the three were. There's not much difference in them. I want to comment that the Kimley-Horn said that those were the 14th best, approximately the 14th best proposals. 3B was the best proposal. I'm a civil engineer. I had an engineering firm in Mesa for 40 years. I've done these kind of projects. I can guarantee you that when you try to do that project, and even show it on the picture tonight with the big track hose working there in the road, that half the road that we're showing the traffic would go on is blocked off, and they couldn't even travel on it. So either you're going to take twice as long to do the project if you do it that way, or you're going to have to cut the traffic completely off. And I think that's what you'll end up doing with just some maybe local traffic going in and out. The 3B proposal is the proposal that needs to be done. The two proposals are basically $25 million. And they're approximately only going to be good for 10 years. In 10 years, that price is going to double. I've done these kind of projects all the time, and they double all the time. And in 10 years, specifically, and sometimes even quicker. And if you do not go ahead and do it now, you're going to spend $25 million now. You're going to spend $60 million at least in 10 years, and we're going to be near $100 million. And it's going to be a wasted project. And what needs to be done right now is to do 3B and get this project going, and vote on it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Bacon.
Hello, Council. I've seen some familiar-looking faces here tonight. It's good to see them. My name is Mike Bacon, and I used to work for the city of Prescott for 16 years. I was blessed in 1977 for coming here and working as one of the community planners. And working here for 16 years, I've seen a lot of growth. And it's been a blessing for me. This was my last rodeo. I've moved 10 times in my career, major moves across the country. And I took a significant salary cut from California, And I'm thinking, this is where I want to live. And so about 2000, I'm not sure any of you could remember, there's this little hill right in front of Thumb Butte. And I recommended to my staff, I said, we need to buy that. And they said, oh, come on, Mike, nobody's going to buy that. It's single family zoning. And about 2 years later, a developer came in and it was like a wedding cake. They were going to do something and just grade the dickens out of it. And the city coughed up $2.5 million where they could got it for, a song and a dance before. So I was here for about 10 years and I'm totally against widening of the Dells. It's iconic, definitely. But I've seen in the last 15 years, there's been no planning for another north-south connector. Nothing at all. A good planner would see that. A good planner will also see the economic consequences, the social consequences, and the environmental consequences. That was not done. So what you're struggling with today is something that has to be widened. As much as I do not want to see it widen, something's going to happen. Just like the Sundog connector. About 2005, 2006, I spoke to one of the developers where the Home Depot was. He said, Mike, what's your opinion of the Sundog connector being established? I said, it has to be done. We need more than one east-west route into the city. And today everybody's coming unglued. It's been planned for how many years? I mean, when Highway 69 had a traffic accident by Costco, they had to route everyone through Prescott Valley to come down to 89. We're looking at some simple logistics here. And I hope you could see that as much as I was against widening in 2005 and 2010, no adequate planning was done to provide a north-south connector. And I'm sorry to see the debate over it. I'm a tree hugger. And by the way, there was
30 seconds.
A contractor who said they can do the patina. I was a planner for Riverside County, and Palm Desert had to make a major widening as well. And they used the same patina, and you could hardly tell the difference. It worked wonderful. So thank you, Council.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, well, we've had our public comment, and we've had a lot of comments about involving Mr. Gehring. So I would like to
I'd like to entertain some comments from the council after the public spoke.
I would like to move that we postpone city contract number 2025-066A2 with specific alternative number blank until February 24th. And when we'll have a full council and we'll have Mr. Gehring here. This is a very big decision. And I think if we don't have a full council, the public's going to be very unhappy.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Passes 5-1.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Excuse me, we have a comment here from Lois.
I think we need to give some direction to staff on how to optimize that we can move to a decision at the next meeting. So the information we need.
I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, please.
The mayor's logic for postponing this meeting is to have Jim Gehring here because his credit is he's a civil engineer. This is the same civil engineer that proposed slip lining to repair 89, and slip lining is a big mistake because you're running effluent through it and it's a smaller diameter. So I don't take him as a subject matter expert.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Oh, I'm sorry. We have another comment.
No, I would like to give some direction to staff on how to optimize the next 2 weeks to move us to a place where we can make a decision. I would like to see and understand the numbers. I've heard today, that the I've heard that we will hit level of service F in 2034. I've heard we'll hit level of service F in maybe 40 and maybe 45. I cannot remember all the dates, but there's a range there of 10 years. So I would like to understand, if we take a look at the options and running of the numbers, like I said, if we go with the narrow, and then later on, 10 years from now, we have to, or 15 years from now, or 20 years from now, we have to widen it. What is the impact of the total costs, and the return on the investment of everything we're investing over this time? I did appreciate Mr. Phan's comment today. I'd never thought of that before, that if we bring all this big trucks in 10 to 15 years from now, we could be damaging the pipes underneath. So there's some risk there, but I would like to at least understand the numbers. The other thing for me was, what were some of the other? There was a few things from the public that I thought brought up some good points of numbers we need to have. So excuse me, because I didn't know we were wrapping up this fast and closing. I'll have to go through all of these 4 or 5 pages of public comment, but there is 1 or 2 other things I think we need to get some numbers in front of us so we can make better decisions with ranges. And it was about inflation rates over the course of time. So what are the ranges of inflation rates between paying for something now and paying things twice with various inflation rates? And I'm not the best person on inflation rates because it's going to need to be for the people that buy these items. What does asphalt cost? And what have we seen over the last 20 years in range of inflation rates? So related to all the elements of this decision, how do we think about inflation rates and how that's going to affect the math? Because I just want to have a good return on investment decision to make. And right now I shouldn't be sitting here on the back of an envelope by myself. So I'll happy to talk more with you both afterwards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
I had
Oh,
an RTS, yeah.
because see, nothing's showing up here. I just see no speakers, sorry. Okay, Mr. Ruby.
I thought the most pertinent thing that I heard was, I believe, from Stacy Brown about how we define this problem. Traffic is a major issue in Prescott, and it'll continue to be so. The dilemma that we have is we're defining this problem in 2 ways, in terms of the public utility and in terms of the traffic. We also have to give value to the scenic heritage and the value that people place on the dells and the road through the dells. That has put everyone in this kind of like crux. We're like bouncing back and forth between it. Someone mentioned the necessity of a north-south connector. What I have not seen and what I would like to see before our next meeting is some type of estimate, and maybe Mike, you could help on this. I'd like to see an expressway option that goes between the zoo near Embry-Riddle and the tractor place that weaves into Watson Woods just behind the substation and comes around to the roundabout by Watson Lake. I need to know if that cost for something like that is justifiable, because the north-south traffic issue is not going away. Can we do both? If it's possible and feasible and the community cost is within range, I want to know that. Right now, I don't have that information. So if that's feasible to find out in the next 2 weeks, that would be very helpful.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, is it safe to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there.
Excuse me.